never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. USA's Tim Berg has the details.
Talks are ongoing with mediators trying to agree to a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. This week, Hamas responded to a proposal by President Biden, but Israel says the response was equivalent to a rejection. Connecticut Democratic Senator Jim Hines joins Fox News Sunday and says it's important that the talks continue.
We saw 8 Israeli soldiers die yesterday. This is a war that is taking a huge toll on both sides. And, you know, it's always a good idea to maintain negotiations to try to stop that kind of violence.
A heat dome has spread across the U.S. Roughly 265 million Americans are expected to be in the path of that heat wave that experts are calling the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might even last past Friday. Obviously, sensitive populations like children, seniors, and anyone with respiratory issues should take caution and stay inside. And that advice goes to anyone, really. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. Greg Little, public information officer for the LA County Fire Department, said they are up against some obstacles.
The winds are probably going to be the biggest factor in battling this blaze. It's going to make the effort much more difficult.
The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Bryson DeChambeau took home his second U.S. Open title after what he called the best shot of my life. He also kept Rory McIlroy from winning his first major championship since 2014. McIlroy was not happy, so much so that he didn't even stick around to congratulate DeChambeau for the win. British chef Gordon Ramsay hit up social media this weekend to say he was in a serious bicycling accident in Connecticut. He didn't go into detail about what happened, but said he's lucky to be here. He also showed his torso, which was sporting a huge blackish purple bruise. He thanked the staff at Lawrence Memorial Hospital in New London for his survival and said he could not be more adamant about always wear a helmet. Hollywood's summer movie anxieties gave way to joy this weekend with the massive debut of Disney and Pixar's Inside Out 2. The animated sequel brought in $155 million in ticket sales in the U.S. and Canada, with an estimated $140 million from international showings. Inside Out 2 had a staggering and record-breaking $295 million global start. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying
it actually that time again already? Wow. According to the clock on the wall, yes, indeed. Away we go as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. A new day comes our way, 19th day of June. So hi there, I'm Steve Summers. Of course, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yes, indeed, another toasty night outside the secret bunker. I show 77 degrees with a few clouds as we roll into Hump Day. Alrighty, midweek coming on already. Another week just sailing by. Final day of spring, as a matter of fact. This is it. The official arrival of summer coming our way Thursday. And yes, it's feeling summer-like. How you enjoying that heat wave? Oh, my. Depends on what part of the country you're in. Yeah, we were talking about the heat out in the eastern USA, the Midwest, the Northeast. It's sweltering. I had a chance to converse with Big Ed this past morning after the show had wrapped up. He said, Steve, what's going on here? I packed up all my winter gear and left it at the home 20. I wake up, it's 29 degrees. I think he was in Utah. I said, we still have some winter weather advisories and actually frost advisories in place for central and northern Nevada. Yeah, cool temperatures there in western portions of North Dakota as well. Frost advisories in western portions of the state. And that kind of explains. You've got the clash of the air masses. You've got the heat in the east and the cold front coming in out of Canada, which indeed sparks showers and thunderstorms, while you've got frost advisories in western North Dakota. Strong storms. Some of these are indeed reaching severe levels at this midnight hour in the east. Showers and thunderstorms stretching from northern to northeastern portions of Minnesota, north central and northern Wisconsin. That strong a line of thunderstorms then progressing off to the south and southwest, extending all the way back into the Oklahoma Panhandle. And some of those severe storms and flooding rains are occurring as we speak there in the Oklahoma Panhandle and that southwestern corner of Kansas. Along that line, severe thunderstorms, strong winds, some hail, northeastern portions of Iowa. As that line moves into western portions of Wisconsin, we are seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings in the mix there as well tonight. Then we head off deep into the south as all eyes have been on the Gulf of Mexico. Here we are halfway into the first month of the hurricane season. And yes, activity has ramped up in the Atlantic. Abnormally warm waters across portions of the Caribbean and the Gulf, helping to promote the prime conditions for tropical development this week. Another chance of formation forecast by late week as well. They're closely monitoring a tropical rainstorm tracking into the western Gulf, still listed as potential tropical cyclone 1, but indeed projected to become the first named tropical storm of the season before making landfall in northeast Mexico early Thursday morning. We do have tropical storm warnings for locations along the Texas Gulf Coast and the northeastern coast of Mexico. Now, right now, we're looking at some of those showers, and you can see the well-defined circulation, a broad area of circulation there in the Gulf of Mexico. The northern side, which is typically the case, north of the center of circulations where you see some of the heavier rains. And we are seeing that. Some of those rains just off the coast there, moving in probably into the Houston area during the overnight hours tonight. As the storm advances closer to the coast of Mexico, it will be entering a zone more conducive for development. Right now, there's a pocket of relatively low wind shear in the Bay of Campeche. On average, the first tropical storm forms in the Atlantic by June 20th. This feature projected to develop into a tropical storm here today, the 19th or 20th. So we're right on schedule. Now, regardless of development, heavy coastal rain and flooding will be occurring across northeast Mexico, southern and eastern Texas, as well as Louisiana. We're going to be looking at rainfall totals 4 to 8 inches across a widespread area from Houston all the way down into northeast Mexico. Between now and Thursday night, some areas could see 8 to 12 inches of rainfall over southern Texas, as well as the higher elevations of northern Mexico. Some, according to AccuWeather, could see rainfall approaching 30 inches. All right, so tropical wind gusts are forecast to reach 40 to 60 miles per hour along the coastline from northeast Mexico all the way into the southwest coast of Louisiana. That's creating rough, dangerous surf along the coast. Mariners, be cautioned. Secure your vessels safely. Steer clear of the hazardous conditions as it tracks closer to land. The strongest gust may actually occur along the southern tip of Texas and directly along the coast of northeast Mexico by midweek, where we could see gusts anyway approaching hurricane force of 75 miles per hour. In addition to the threat of wind and rain across that region, forecasters warn of mudslides throughout the mountainous terrain there in Mexico. Storm surge along the coast from Texas and western Louisiana all the way down to northeast Mexico will generally range from 1 to 3 feet around Houston and Galveston in Texas. Some areas projected to see some higher levels of storm surge from up 3 to 6 feet in some of the low-lying areas. So it's just a tropical system, not even a named storm, but forecasters say heed the warnings given by professionals and emergency management. Storm surges can last for days and result in extensive damage, and it can be one of the greatest threats to life as a storm impacts a particular region around the country. So, meanwhile, yes, with the sweltering heat in the Midwest and the Northeast, there's pretty much a separate daily hazard that's been arising and continues on the northern edge of the heat, and that is severe thunderstorms. Across the plains, a low-pressure system advancing along a slow-moving cold front has been sparking rounds of thunderstorms, heavy rain, and hail. By Thursday, that front will shift into the interior northeast, bringing with it some flooding, downpours, and hail as thunderstorms occur along that northern periphery of the heat. Now, here we are Tuesday night, moving into Wednesday morning. We're watching this wave of storms that have developed from areas of Kansas all the way to the UP of Michigan. The primary threats for these areas from Omaha, Nebraska to Sioux City, Iowa, Minneapolis, and Duluth will be the flooding, downpours, hail, some gusty winds, and you cannot rule out an isolated tornado. For the day ahead, Wednesday, those storms will reignite across the plains in the Midwest, dousing again locations from the Texas-Oklahoma panhandles all the way up into Wisconsin with another round of rain. It looks like the severe risk will decrease across the Midwest and the plains today, Wednesday, and as well as Thursday, but you can still see some flooding downpours. Some locally damaging wind gusts Wednesday into Wednesday evening, ranging from 50 to 60 miles per hour. Could even see a few gusts approaching 70. Now, as that front advances east across the country, storms will then shift into the upper Ohio Valley and eventually the northeast. Wind gust with those stronger storms Thursday to Thursday evening. Again, 50 to 60 mile per hour, some approaching the 70 mile per hour. As those thunderstorms track into the northeast, not only bringing pockets of intermittent downpours and an uptick in moisture, they'll bring some relief from the heat, at least for some. Locations like Albany and Syracuse, New York, you're projected to drop from the upper 90s, which you've seen early this week, to the maybe middle or upper 80s by the end of the week. We could see some sporadic storms persisting even into Friday, as well as the start of the weekend across the Ohio Valley and the Northeast. They're not projected to be severe at this time, but they may impact some of your outdoor plans. A look at our travelers' weather, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. Well, Philly Dan says it's officially too hot to go to work today. There you go. Everybody have a great Mother Trucker Day, a.k.a. Hump Day. Thank you, Philly Dan. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. It's hot for me as well. That's Marianne on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. What day is it? What day is it? Not official until Horse Feather says so. It's going to have to dial us up at 844-844-3388. That's right. Those are the digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Call in, be a part of the show. 77 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Hey, I saw something on TV. Wait a minute. No, I'm being told I didn't actually see that. I'm being told what I saw was misinformation. Yes, you are. All right, anyway, time to snuggle up with whomever or whatever, heat up that cup of joe, crank up the overnight drive, or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? We've got an update on that, where the White House is kind of going crazy. Peter Doocy laid it out on him this past day in the press briefing, what Pappy was talking about there. Yeah, they're trying to say that these videos we're seeing of Joe being clumsy and dumsy and losing his train of thought, those aren't real. You didn't see that. No, they're not doctored videos. We're witnessing this every day, but... All right, good afternoon, Hammer Down. Hello, Larry. Be safe. 77 degrees as well in Platkill, New York tonight as we get round number 2 to Schenectady underway. The truck's still in the shop. Hopefully, we'll get it back tomorrow. Hello to Dave, checking in from a hot Parsonsfield, Maine. We're told it's going to be 98 degrees today. 100 degrees for Wednesday and Thursday. Wow. Unusual for Maine, right? 100 degrees. Florida, you can keep this crap. I hear you. Tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve-O and the gang. It's 84 degrees in Casablanca, New Mexico at this hour. We're doing the Santa Rosa turnaround tonight. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Colton is on board. Good morning, young Colton. There's Big Ed. Are you with me? 48 degrees on Elk Mountain. Yes, the heat is on. LOL. Shorty, I-75 northbound at the Tennessee-Kentucky line. We're at 75 degrees. Headed back to Columbus to get back into our Orlando turnarounds. I was off 4 days. Bambi's aunt had passed away at the age of 82. Had over 100 people at the funeral. Yeah, tears. All right, sorry to hear that. All right, Kevin says, morning, Steve. Hello to the overnight crew there. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 78 degrees in Moreland, Oklahoma. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck shined up and running smooth. I'm back at it. Live action continues. Special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Governor George Nye's Northwest Passage. Now, based on the schedule, I thought the Carolina Monkey Gouger was on the road this week. Last we chatted, he was supposed to be heading out over the past weekend, but we were yet to hear he's incognito again. Maybe he'll check in this morning. We'll see. The one and only Crip Shot is in the house. Good morning. Buckeye Boy, checking in from Oregon, Ohio once again, where we're at a steamy 83 degrees. It's the last night here. I'll pick up today, 2:30, 3:30, then we'll head south. Unload Thursday, maybe pick up at the location I drop off for one of my other trucks who may not make it back to Texas before they close. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, a couple of others quickly. There's Timothy. Good morning. 71 degrees, Rocky Mount, Virginia. Hello to Pappy as well. Eskimo Mom, it's a new week, right? Howdy to the Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Juneteenth or Hump Day or Wednesday, whatever day it is. We're playing Wild Child tonight. My first load's going to be a Columbus, Ohio store. Who knows what I'll be doing for my second. Right now, waiting for the manager to check me in since the store still closes at midnight and they need to clear out customers. It's so hot that many communities are having their trash trucks get early starts. We've got hazy skies, 80 degrees currently outside my store. So in the Columbus, Ohio area, 80 degrees. Yes, at the midnight hour. Yeah, but see, this is Wednesday night, Thursday morning. That's our trash day. And I'm sure the trash haulers are getting out there trying to get their runs done early as possible before that heat of the day kicks in. That's a difficult job to be out there in 100-degree heat. There's Bidu checking in. Good morning to the overnight crew.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Rubber Duck, what do you got going on? Hi-ho. Guess who blew 2 trailer tires like a Gary Petro lot lizard? Me! I'm at home in the backyard with my brother from another mother, Darren, who snuck into town like the old Smyrna days. And happy birthday to Ken Shaw this morning. All right, Rubber Duck. Thousands of people fleeing their homes as a wildfire swept into the mountain village of Ruidoso in southern New Mexico Tuesday, destroying or damaging more than 500 structures. Wow. The governor has declared a county-wide state of emergency that extended to the neighboring tribal lands, and they've deployed National Guard troops after residents fled under evacuation orders Monday with little time to gather any belongings. The horrific South Fork fire and Salt fire have ravaged our lands and property, forcing thousands to flee their homes, according to the governor. We are deploying every available resource to control these fires. The magnitude is beyond local control and requires immediate state intervention to protect public health, safety, and welfare. According to the governor in a statement this past afternoon, she said more than 500 structures have been damaged, and the entire village of Ruidoso, population 7,000, has been evacuated. Not clear how many homes were engulfed by the fast-moving flames there. Yeah, more on the wildfires out west coming up here. And, of course, we'll get to your calls coming up. See who's online. Are you with me? We'll check in with Big Ed. Looks like Eagle's on board as well. First, a news break. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. A heat dome spreading across the U.S., heading toward the Midwest and East Coast, bringing with it temps close to 100 degrees. Experts calling it possibly the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might last past Friday. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres, and firefighters are battling high winds to try to put that fire out. Myers, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, coming up, we'll give you more on the wildfires ravaging out west. I saw the aerial photographs, and I wasn't exactly sure who was performing, but I thought, if I had to wager a guess, that must be George Strait. Unbelievable. George Strait sets another record over the weekend. He performed at the largest concert ever held in the United States. The attendance record had previously been held by the Grateful Dead, with 107,019 people at their show in New Jersey, 1977, according to Billboard. Over the weekend, Saturday at Kyle Field in College Station, Texas, Strait beat that record, singing to a crowd of 110,905, nearly 111,000 people. Wow. Billboard notes, George is no stranger to setting records, as he also has the most number one singles of any artist in any genre. He's also the only artist to have a top 10 hit every year for 30 years, with the most number one albums, gold albums, and platinum albums in the history of country music. Strait's notable attendance numbers at a time when other major artists are having to cancel concerts and tours so they can play at smaller venues. Dave Clark, an editor of Ticket News, told NBC that one factor could be consumer fatigue due to the high ticket prices. Now, supply issues with many acts touring at the same time could also be a contributor. It's kind of an overloaded market, he said, but wow. Quite the sight there. Are you with me?
Oh, I'm with you. That'd probably give old Taylor Swift something to try to break.
Yeah.
Reckon?
Yes, sir.
I don't know who in the hell would want to sit through a Taylor Swift concert, but it sure ain't me. I'd sit through a George Strait concert. Probably.
Yeah.
Try to sit through one of Josh Malloy's there before the next year's over.
Yep.
because he told me, hey, we'll get you up on the stage. No, I need a chair, buddy. Steve, I have yet to thaw out, man. I have been cold all day. It was mid-60s when I loaded there over by Ogden. I still felt cold. And then it's been running about the low 50s coming across Wyoming. And I'm just now coming off Elk, and it's showing 47 degrees outside.
But you woke up to 29 degrees Tuesday morning, huh? That had to be a shock.
Oh, it was. I was sitting there, and my God, I'm cold. I didn't want to turn the truck on. You know, it was so damn cold, I didn't want to get out from under the covers. What little bit I had. Finally, I jumped up, and kicked the truck on, turned the heater on, and just happened to see that message you'd sent. And I thought, God, I got to call Steve. And so I could give you a buzz. You was already off the air. And so, yeah, I was making fun of everybody who was suffering, and then I'm the one that ended up suffering early this morning. But speaking of heat, you know, and it's just a gentle reminder, when you're running in that kind of heat, not every 3 hours, man, pull over for 5 minutes, do a walk around, check them tires. I see a lot of road gators out here. And case in point, you know, I had delivered down there Grand Junction, Colorado, and it was like 96 degrees there yesterday. And so I was getting fuel, and when I get fuel, I always do a walk around, you know, checking my tires. This guy over on my left, he was getting fuel. He got fuel, and he jumped up in the truck to leave, and I went over and pecked on his door because I'm sitting there, and I could see his tire on the drive axle. The outside tire had broke rubber. He was missing half his rubber.
Wow.
And I pecked on his door, and he rolled down the window. And I said, buddy, I said, I'm not trying to embarrass you, I said, but you're throwing rubber back there on your tire. And I said, you're getting ready to leave. You're probably going to go out across the desert. You better get it fixed while you're here. Instead of waiting to get 100 miles. He may have got another 100 miles out of it. That's all he's going to get out of it. Not to eat. So, you know, just some friendly advice. Check them tires, and especially in this heat. You need to get out and stretch them legs anyway. Get out, do a walk around. You might catch something and be close to a truck stop and go get the darn thing fixed instead of sitting out there on the highway, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Are you with me?
Absolutely, yeah. You'd rather have a place where you can go inside and cool off than be stuck out in the middle of the desert, right?
Bingo. Steve, I'll tell you. CDL Life, have you ever heard? You see them?
Yeah, I check them out every day. Yes, I. You know what? I hadn't seen that story that you shared, but I saw that here just a little bit ago.
Well, I want to gripe. So you read that story. But let me tell you what my gripe is. Because in the article, we're talking about how the emergency personnel or the law enforcement personnel removed the gentleman's remains from the truck.
Mm-hmm.
And they were more or less accusing them. They put them on the defense of not removing the individual with any kind of dignity. Now, whoever the maggot that was filming it, because I guess they thought it was a circus show, or they was trying to catch the emergency personnel doing something that they could hold over their heads. They're the ones that was treating the individual with no dignity. Because I'm sure those people, those emergency people, instead of saying thank you for what they were trying to do, because to go remove a human body out of a truck, I'm sure, because we're all different sizes out here, is not the most easiest thing in the world to do. And that's something that we all are taking a chance on out here. And, I could expire tomorrow, or tonight. It's just something that's going to happen. And if the emergency personnel come out to get me out of the truck, you know, I'm 250 pounds. It's not going to be damned easy, that's for sure. So if they have to drag me out with their arm tucked underneath my arm and let my feet just slam down on the ground, I don't think I'm going to feel it. You know, just get me the hell out of the truck.
Yeah.
And the way I understand that article, you can correct me if you read it think different, I thought they put him in a body bag. But instead of saying thank you to the Fargo, I think it's Fargo, North Dakota, up at the Petro, to the management team of the Petro, instead of saying thank you to them, getting appropriate people out there to take care of the individual that expired, y'all want to sit there and try to make them look bad. And I want to take the time to thank those people that tried to help that man with the best amount of dignity that you could give him. So, I don't know. It just, when I read that, it just, there ain't too much that aggravates me. That one aggravated me. It affects every one of us out here. Yeah, I want to be treated with dignity if I was to expire out here, but these people, these emergency personnel people, they got to do the best with what they got to work with and with the best what they can deal with as far as if I'm laying there stiff. So that's my gripe for today. Other than that, I love the show, love you, and we'll holler at you later.
All right. Well, Big Eds, stay warm out there. And next time you better check your weather. Check your weather before heading out west. I mean, a week ago, they were dealing with a heat wave. So I'm assuming he didn't check ahead and didn't realize that heat wave had all but disappeared. And they were actually talking accumulating snow in the higher elevations there, Idaho, Montana, northern portions of Nevada, waking up to 29 degrees. And I don't have my coat with me. Story he was alluding to. The body of a deceased truck driver was removed from his truck cab days after passing as a crowd of people watched at the Petro on Monday in Fargo. The unidentified driver was found Monday. Petro Travel Center, 19th Avenue in Fargo, North Dakota. According to WDAY News, the blue semi had been parked at the Petro since June the 12th, last Wednesday. When a man in a red SUV pulled up to the rig, peered inside, the man then walked away and called 911. According to another truck driver from Washington who was at the truck stop at the time, medical examiner, first responders then arrived at the scene, examined the body before working to remove the man from the truck cab. The man has not been identified, but Hobbs said he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s and appeared to have been dead for several days. But according to police body cam footage and video filmed by Hobbs, the truck driver was dragged from the truck cab headfirst by authorities, which caused the body bag to bunch up around his torso. Says the whole process was undignified and disrespectful to the deceased man. They should have put him in an emergency kit first, then pulled him out, she says. Instead, they pulled him out and there was a live audience. Now, she said her father was a funeral director and she grew up being taught how to respectfully handle deceased bodies. I don't care if you're a truck driver or not, she said, that's no way to treat a human being. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have food or a meal in your refrigerator, being a truck driver. Now, despite the criticism, the county coroner said the team was doing their best to remove the body in obviously a cramped situation. We're doing our best to get them out. Sometimes it's difficult. Considering the situations they're in and how long they've been there, we try to respect the deceased and their family by at least trying to protect them if we can. Now, people have a choice whether they want to sit and watch. The Fargo police chief has since acknowledged the criticism of the department's recovery of the body and said this serves as an important reminder to be mindful of our actions and maintain our professionalism. The trucking company's been notified of the incident, working on recovering the semi. The driver's identity and cause of death was not released. But there is no suspicion of foul play. These are the kind of things that, yes, it happens a whole lot more often than most may actually realize. Now, going back several years ago when Tom Litkus was a part of Travel Centers of America, I think he was like the media, but he was on the list any time a situation like that unfolded at a TA or Petro anywhere in the country. He was on the list to be notified. And he said, Steve, every single week, not a week goes by where they don't get one of those calls of somewhere in the country, a driver being found deceased in their rig. You just never know. Hey, we'll get back to the calls right after this. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Well, would you looky there? Lo and behold, the Carolina Monkey Gouger is actually in the house. What's happening, Gouger?
Well, good morning, Steve-O. How you doing?
Back for another day, doing all right. Happy hump day.
Oh, thank you, sir. Well, this weekend, before I get started, I want to give a big shout-out to Blue Junebug, Miss Sandy, who's been a big part of this show going all the way back to the Bozo days. At 47 years, 83 years old, my press secretary hangs up her keys. She is going to start enjoying. At 4 o'clock today, she hung it up. And I just wanted to give her a big shout-out and thank her for the many years of being like a big sister to me, best friend I ever had, keeping me in check. And so I just wanted to share that with everybody. She is announced her retirement.
How about that?
It was a great trucking career for her, and me and her had talked about it for a couple of weeks. And she said, you know, Jimmy said, I'm 83, and I just want to go home and enjoy my day, get me some chickens, grow me a garden, and sit back and relax. So, anyway, Sandy, from the trucking world, we appreciate everything you have done because you have been an ambassador to the trucking world.
Yes.
Steve, I'm going to tell you something. I never did think that I'd ever let a damn cell phone run my life. And Friday night, I had to leave early. I don't know why they changed the schedule up. Nobody never told me, but instead of delivering on Monday, I had to start delivering on Sunday. So I had to leave the house in a hurry. Got over there, got my load, you know, and I'm going down through Alabama over there on 65. Just cruising along, you know, it's kind of a cool night. Old Caterpillar singing a song to me, and wasn't much traffic on the road that time of the night. I just had to look down at the dash, and I said, this don't look right. My damn cell phone had got so damn hot it was cherry red, fixed the damn explode, and I slapped it down off the dash, right? Well, anyway, it done burned the SIM card up. I mean, it was a mess. And from Friday night till Monday, I didn't have no cell phone. I mean, everybody's going haywire, trying to call me, you know. And, Steve, I'm going to tell you something. Would you believe they ain't a damn payphone nowhere from like Gulfport? I mean, it's a shame. So, I get over there to the last stop, and I'm thinking, well, you know, I'll be in Amarillo about daylight, and I can get me a new phone right there at the truck stop. And if you got Verizon service, go to somebody else. I got up there, and, you know, I'm not throwing off on the people working for Verizon. I'm just going against their policies that they have that absolutely suck. I had a OS&D problem come up while I was at the last shipper. And, you know, I didn't have a way to communicate with them. And I finally figured out, I said, I'll tell you what, I said, I think I got their email address in my email. So I did, and I sent them an email, explained the situation to them, told them what was going on. And he said, well, you need to call me. I said, duh, I done told you I don't have no telephone. They said, well, when you get a telephone, call us, right? So I get up there, you know, in Amarillo, go to bed, and get up, go in there, and tell the lady, you know, I got a situation going on. I need a telephone. Now I got all the insurance coverage. Been a customer of Verizon for 18 years. And that lady looked at me and she said, well, I can't do nothing with that telephone. I said, what? She said, I if you ain't got a SIM card, I can't give you another telephone. I said, lady, you got to be joking me, right? She said, you see me laughing? And so I said, well, I think it's time for us to make a phone call down at the Verizon down there to Tampa, Florida. And I just happened to have this lady that I've known for years, and any time that I had a situation, I got her direct phone number. So I said, can I borrow your phone? And she said, yes. So she phone, I dialed that number up. I told her, I said, hey. I said, look here, I got a little problem up in Amarillo, Texas. And said, tell me what it is. And I told her, you know, what I told you. And she says, can you give me about 5 minutes to work this out? I said, yeah. So about that time, the store phone rung, pick up the phone, and I'm listening to this conversation. And I mean, boy, she cleans this woman's clock. I said, you know, you can bring that, if he's got an iCloud backup, you can bring that thing back to life on the new phone. Mm-hmm. And you give him what he needs and you get him rolling. So, anyway, I think they're hung up, you know. The lady really did not know what she was doing when she set my telephone up. And so I got it where I could dial out, right? You know, I could do this, I could do that. And so I went on, well, Bruce Junebug had come into Amarillo, and she called me and said, you get your phone fixed? I said, yeah, I'm talking to you. I said, I ain't happy. So we eat dinner together, went on over there to Freona, and me and her both, you know, I done parked the truck, and that had me a few Budweisers there, and we was trying to figure this here telephone out. And she said, I tell you what we'll do. Said, we'll get the pickup in the morning. We'll just go to Amarillo, and we'll go to a company Verizon store. I said, if me and you can't figure it out, I don't think nobody at no Verizon company store can figure it out. I said, oh, yeah, they'll figure it out. Well, Steve, we walked in and we drove back, got the pickup, went back to Amarillo, almost 100 miles over there. And went to this company Verizon store, walked in there, and this geeky-looking fellow was standing there, and he said, can I help you? I said, you just a man I need to talk to.
Okay, well, hold that thought, because we got to get our news break here.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. USA's Tim Berg has the details.
Talks are ongoing with mediators trying to agree to a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. This week, Hamas responded to a proposal by President Biden, but Israel says the response was equivalent to a rejection. Connecticut Democratic Senator Jim Hines joins Fox News Sunday and says it's important that the talks continue.
We saw 8 Israeli soldiers die yesterday. This is a war that is taking a huge toll on both sides. And, you know, it's always a good idea to maintain negotiations to try to stop that kind of violence.
A heat dome has spread across the U.S. Roughly 265 million Americans are expected to be in the path of that heat wave that experts are calling the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might even last past Friday. Obviously, sensitive populations like children, seniors, and anyone with respiratory issues should take caution and stay inside. And that advice goes to anyone, really. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. Greg Little, public information officer for the LA County Fire Department, said they are up against some obstacles.
The winds are probably going to be the biggest factor in battling this blaze. It's going to make the effort much more difficult.
The post fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Bryson DeChambeau took home his second U.S. Open title after what he called the best shot of my life. He also kept Rory McIlroy from winning his first major championship since 2014. McIlroy was not happy, so much so that he didn't even stick around to congratulate DeChambeau for the win. British chef Gordon Ramsay hit up social media this weekend to say he was in a serious bicycling accident in Connecticut. He didn't go into detail about what happened, but said he's lucky to be here. He also showed his torso, which was sporting a huge blackish purple bruise. He thanked the staff at Lawrence Memorial Hospital in New London for his survival and said he could not be more adamant about always wear a helmet. Hollywood's summer movie anxieties gave way to joy this weekend with the massive debut of Disney and Pixar's Inside Out 2. The animated sequel brought in $155 million in ticket sales in the U.S. and Canada, with an estimated $140 million from international showings. Inside Out 2 had a staggering and record-breaking $295 million global start. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hour number 1 in the books, just like that, as we roll into a hump day, 19th day of June. Long time since we've heard from Hillbilly Tex, but he's on board this morning. Checking things out on Facebook. Hello, Tex. Gilligan, good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight, Wytheville, Virginia. It's a warm 76 degrees. It was another hot day at the GMA and BS Enterprises complex. Another day in the mid-90s. Everybody keep it shiny side up, all right? Let me see. Eskimo Mom said, good point on the tires. I'm pulling a trailer out of the dock that had blown on the lot. And it's going to be waiting on roadside assistance to get it repaired. Hello, Billy. Morning, Steve, in the overnight drive, folks. 64 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Heading up to Garysburg, then on up to Leesburg, Virginia. Then it's back down to Wilson, North Carolina. Diane chimes in, good morning. In reference to Big Ed's story, I can relate to that. My baby brother passed away in the sleeper of his truck. He was 6'1", weighed approximately 230 pounds, was 50 years old when they found him. It was already over 100 degrees in the cab, and he was swollen. They had to remove the windshield and the frame, and it still took him over an hour to get him out of the truck. And it made me realize every time I go to bed, I might not wake up. And I've got 2 small dogs in the truck. So to any driver out there that has animals, before you go to sleep, make sure you've got your pets plenty of water and food to last for a few days, because it may be that long before they get you out. God bless each and every one of us out here on the road. Have a great day and stay cool. A couple of others. Jerry is on board. Good morning. Russell, hello, Steve. Hope all's going well at the secret bunker. Staying cool. 76, Dayton, Ohio. Clouds tonight. Truckers out there, keep cool. Stay hydrated. I appreciate what you all do. Keep it between the ditches. May you reach your destination safely. God bless you and your family, Steve. And for your family, take care. When's the pool party at y'all's place? Come on down, Russell. Jump on in. The water's warm enough. If the princess is willing to get in the water, yeah, the water's got to be pretty warm. She's been in the last couple of days, so. And there's Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. Good morning to all the listeners. Believe it or not, my thermometer read 110 in the sun today. It's had cooled down a lot now. I sure wish it would rain. Everybody be safe out there. Take care and be blessed. She said she's going to go get some rest. All right. And Rubber Duck said, for the monkey gouger, your headset's over-modulating a little bit there. But, yeah, we can hear you. But, yeah, it is kind of, it's got that scratchy sound, the over-modulation thing. But anyway, so you go into the phone store and you say, you're the guy I need to speak to.
Yeah, and this guy, I mean, he is 5 minutes, he had that telephone straightened out, had all my phone numbers back on it, and everything done. So he saved the day, you know.
So when you get the right technician, you get somebody that actually knows. So you did have the cloud backup and all that. Everything was saved out there.
He went to the iCloud backup, hit contacts, hit another little button, and all my numbers, all 757 of them popped up. Bing! So, you know, talking about those fires is real no something. This morning, we was on the way to Amarillo. We come through Hereford, and there was these 2 trains, one sitting on the main line, one sitting on the side track, sitting side by side, going westbound. And I looked at Sandy, and I said, hey, that's something you don't see every day. I said, there's something wrong. So we went another mile or 2. There was another train sitting there. And we're talking trains that probably a mile and a half long. All the way to Canyon, Texas, there were trains backed up.
Mm.
And so, you know, we were talking to the people over there at the phone store. They said, oh, they get real notice about to burn down. Well, that train kind of goes, the main line goes right down through the heart of that stuff, where that fire is at. So they were stacking trains up all the way back to Canyon, Texas, this morning whenever that fire broke out. And so that was pretty interesting. They this afternoon they started rolling them again. Fire must have went through, or they checked all the trussels, whatever they do, and they were rolling again. But yeah, that was something, man. But I tell you, it was Reynosa. I don't know if a lot of people know it, but that's kind of like the horse racing capital for the like the Southwest. A lot of horses get their start there at Reynosa, and then they move on to circuit. So that they said the racetrack was in peril. Now, I don't know if it burnt the racetrack down or not, but there's a lot of money floating around in that town. A lot of them big shoot oil men's and stuff go up there, windmill farmers, them big shoots go up there and gamble on them ponies. But the other thing, Steve, you were talking about King George Strait. I've had the pleasure of going to see George 5 times. Last time we seen him was in Vegas, 2019. The man puts on a hell of a show. And the first concert that we ever went to see him, I think the tickets were like $50 a piece. And we had pretty good seats. The last concert that we seen him in 2019, when we was in Vegas, those tickets were $150 a piece. I got a friend, him and his wife, George put on a concert at Ames, Iowa, 2 weeks ago. And he went up there, him and his wife, and they were $500 a piece. And I said, I love the man. I love his music. Been a part of it ever since I've been trucking. But I don't love him that damn much. Not those $1,000 worth.
Right.
Hell no. So anyway, I'm on the way back to Marina Del Rey. I got my cannonballs packed up. I'm delivering in Black Mountain, North Carolina, Thursday night. I go to the bottom of the hill down there, crash into the Marina Del Rey. Sunday morning, me and this Debbie get on that Silver Bird, and we go to Reno for the whole week. We're going up there to Cedar Rodeo.
How about that bull that went over the fence about a week ago? Did you see that video? He was out there throwing people up in the air.
Hey, did you see the other one I posted up about the same time? Of that guy riding that bull without no rigging?
Yeah, smoking a cigarette.
Tell me that was one bad mama jamma, baby. I mean, he got up on that bull and rode that bull till the bull conked out. Wouldn't buck no more. Bucked him out. I said, I sure hope I don't ever meet that man in a dark alley. So, we'll get to talk to you a couple more times. We make it to Reno, and then we get up yonder while we out carousing the strip and playing the slots. I'll give you an update.
We'll expect a full report, and maybe the better half can be the winner again.
I hope she wins up there. But, Steve, that damn crazy bull that jumped that fence, that bull was crazy. He jumped that fence looked like one of them horses. What they call them horses? Them gate horses jumped them gates. Hell, he cleared that 6-foot fence like it wasn't there. Went out there slamming people around. All they wanted was a hot dog. But they finally got him in check. So, anyway, we're going to sit back and listen to the show because we're going to might even call back in when things break down. We got a long night tonight. So, hey, man, we'll catch you later.
Long night of trailer trucking, as they call it, right? Okay. Yeah, how did he pronounce that? Reynosa? Ruidoso, New Mexico. Let's see. The word from the city councilor, Greg Corey, says the fire is out of control. We've not heard of injuries or fatalities. At a news briefing this past day, they were among hundreds of residents who fled for their lives through the traffic-clogged downtown streets in what is normally a pastoral vacation destination. As smoke darkened the evening sky and 100-foot flames climbed the ridgeline. See, one of the real estate agents said Monday's order to evacuate came so quickly that she and her husband only had time to grab their 11-year-old son, 15-year-old daughter, and their 2 dogs. We don't have clothes. We don't have a toothbrush. We truly don't have anything. Police were going up and down the streets telling people, drop everything and go. And as we were leaving, there were flames in front of us and on the side of us. And all the animals were just running, charging, trying to get out. Heading out of Ruidoso, the heavy traffic turned what would normally be a 15-minute drive into what turned out to be a harrowing 2-hour ordeal. It looked like the sky was on fire. It was bright orange. It looked like the apocalypse. And sparks were falling everywhere. On social media posts, Ruidoso officials did not mince words. In all capital letters, they said, "Go now. Do not attempt to gather belongings or protect your home. Evacuate immediately." There was a couple at church Monday, about 130 miles southeast of Albuquerque, Ruidoso. When they heard about a fire in a nearby community about 20 miles away, and said they didn't think much about it, but by mid-morning, smoke was rising above a mountain behind their house. The smell of fire filled the air. They started checking their cell phones, turned on the radio for updates, and there was no get ready, no get set. It was just go. They grabbed legal documents and headed out. Within an hour, the police department, fire department, everybody's there blocking, barricading the roads to our area, telling everybody to leave. Thank God we were ready. Yesterday, Tuesday, the couple got a call from friends who were on vacation in Utah, but had a home in Ruidoso that they'd been told was destroyed. Yeah, there's only one home standing in their whole little subdivision that they live in. A lot of structures lost. They're saying 500 structures, either partially or completely destroyed. So prayers for the folks trying to escape the blazes there in New Mexico. Wow. Good morning, Eagle. How we doing this Wednesday? Hello, Eagle. I think Eagle may have dozed off. Yes, he dozed off, didn't he? Well, let's just go ahead. We'll get Senior Heatwave coming up here first, though. Hey. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Good morning, Your Honor. Well, Eagle said last night he ain't used to driving all night, and he was pushing hard. He was going to run all night. No wonder why his butt's dragging tonight, and he's whooped. So, I don't know. Maybe he'll wake up before the end of the show. If not, guess what he'll miss? He'll miss, hey, Mike, what day is it? And don't even start with that other thing that you're going to say, because I don't know if I believe it, because the first time I heard about it was last year. So don't even go there.
Well, it's hump day.
You know what I mean, right?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, well, it's the 19th of June, and I don't know if I believe in all that.
Okay,
I just heard that for the first time. I just heard that for the first time last year. I don't know where all that comes from, but whatever. But don't even try to go there with me with that. But anyways, yes, a happy hump day. And monkey gouger. What haven't you learned anything from all these drug people we got in this country, all the drug cartels and all that? all you got to do is when your phone burns up there, you go down there to your Walmart store there and you get yourself a burner phone. You don't have to be out there looking for no pay phones no more. Just run down there to the old Walmart there and get yourself a burner phone, and you'll be all right. Nobody will even know who it is that's calling there, because you just toss it in the trash can when you're done there. A couple phone calls, So anyways, that I don't know, but yeah, you better make sure that if you don't have your information backed up on the cloud there, you got 700 and some phone numbers. You better have them written down somewhere, because you ain't going to remember them anymore. I know back in the days of the pay phones there, I probably knew somewhere around 250 or 300 phone numbers that if you asked me a person's name and phone number, I could rattle it right off to you without even thinking about it. And now, heck, I'm lucky to give you my own phone number, let alone anybody else's. So, but I do still remember the one that we had in the house growing up. I can tell you that one last four numbers 4160 without any problems. Rattle that.
Isn't that amazing how we all remember that first phone number as a kid? My daughter can remember her first when we lived. I don't remember it, but that was the first phone number when we lived in Georgia.
Yep. But so anyways, there. So I've been meaning to ask you here, and I've tried to get through a couple nights and had some issues with either time or whatever. Or apparently you had problems with your burner phone there last night.
Yeah, that's it. Well, when I wrapped the show, I sent out an email, and the message that kept popping up on my screen and everything. They apologized. Something about the telephony company. Apparently, they're based out of the UK, I think. The telephony company was doing some sort of updates, and they gave us a credit for all the phone calls that were missed and everything. I said, well, it was on their end. Yep.
So we got this big upcoming debate coming along here, and you were explaining it pretty well and all that. Now, the other thing I see pop up, and I'd kind of forgotten about this, and realizing that it's the election year and an even year, and did you know there's an Olympics in Paris this year, Your Honor?
Yes, I've seen something about that. Yeah.
I just saw I'm like, this is the Olympic year, and so, but there's I haven't seen any hubbub or build up or what extra structures they're building or grandstands or the Coliseums to be fighting the Lions and all that stuff. I haven't seen any hubbub about any of that. The pool filled with sharks or playing water polo, so that you got to have the horses in training so that they don't drown and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, speaking of the horses and the Olympics and that, you know how when they do those things there, they drug test those people, Your Honor, to make sure that they aren't on any illegal substances, that they don't have any, banned substances in their systems and all that. When this debate comes up, are they gonna check for any illegal or banned substances in the people's blood there when they're doing that, to see if they're juiced up at all or anything? Are they sucking on truck driver toothpicks or what? What's going on when they're doing these debates? I mean, are we going to have anybody checking on that at all?
Trump is calling for it. He wants to have a drug test done, but that ain't going to happen.
All right, because I think before that State of the Union address there, I think somebody got our president there, one of them bull hauling, horse hauling truck driver toothpicks there that gave him a couple of them to chew on there before. Did he have a toothpick in his mouth when he was doing that State of the Union there? I'm possibly, I don't know. Maybe they had it stuck somewhere else. Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, how do we get that? How do we get this far down already? So anyways, boy, these phone calls sometimes just take a turn for the worst. I don't know what happens. So last night you were getting to be sold the sold some goods there, but you were going to have to supply parts to put this device together to be able to keep the overnight drive hotshot secret bunker online there. So I can't believe that the guy trying to sell you this stuff didn't come up with a way to help you power it, because he should have a pretty good connection, I believe, into a source that would be able to give you the blades you need for that tower he's trying to supply. So, the connection he has there is there's this airplane that's no longer going to be used, that its wings are kind of long. You know what I mean? That little, I think they call it a U-2. So if you got 3 or 4 of those blades or wings from those planes, if you got a couple of those planes and you took the wings off them and you put them up there on some sort of arbor or some sort, like he was saying, and I don't know, maybe if the monkey gouger wasn't paying attention when he was sleeping in the truck stop, maybe somebody could steal a rear axle out from underneath his truck, and we could use that for the arbor. And you could attach them big wings there, and you'd have that going around. And can you imagine the whooping sound that would make going around there at the secret bunker? I imagine your neighbors would all be happy with you. But I think we might have to put some extension on the legs of that tower he was trying to sell you, because I think those wings might be just a little bit longer. We might have to trim them a little bit.
They're
I don't know.
That'd be one hell of a windmill.
Yeah, it would be. So I don't know. Anyways, I imagine we got something more going on, but I guess we kind of did a casual hump day. I guess see how all that worked out. But yeah, I was just checking out there to see if they were going to be doing any drug testing for that big.
Well, maybe in that loneliest hour you can check back in, but we got to get a news break.
USA News Update. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. A heat dome spreading across the U.S., heading toward the Midwest and East Coast, bringing with it temps close to 100 degrees. Experts calling it possibly the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might last past Friday. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres, and firefighters are battling high winds to try to put that fire out. Myers, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Looks like the streak is over. Average price for a gallon of diesel has gone up for the first time in 10 weeks. According to the Energy Information Administration, as of June 17, national average now at $3.73. Up from $3.65 on June the 10th. Prices are up in all parts of the nation, with the exception of New England, where averages are sitting just above $4 per gallon. Drivers there can expect to pay $4.08 per gallon on average. Lowest average price per gallon along the Gulf Coast at $3.47 per gallon. The Midwest average at $3.61. The West Coast, $4.41 per gallon. California, you can expect to pay about $5 a gallon. It's at $4.91 there. According to the Energy Information Administration's short-term energy outlook, U.S. crude production is up 2% from last year, an annual average of 13.2 million barrels per day in 2024 so far. Now, interesting that I would come across this 2 days after I was slated to sit down and talk about having maybe some solar panels installed. One of the largest residential solar installers in the country has abruptly shut its doors, filing for bankruptcy in the latest blow to a troubled industry. Titan Solar, which installed thousands of systems across the country, informed its employees June 13th they were closing their doors, having failed to secure a buyer for the company, according to the email obtained by Time Magazine. In the email, Titan said it had helped over 100,000 households go solar. Now, Titan's not the only solar installer to close up shop lately. The company, which could not be reached for comment for this story, the website has shut down as one of 16 major solar outfits that have filed for bankruptcy from last year, 23 and 24. According to Solar Insure, which offers warranties and monitoring for homeowners who have solar, they include Pink Energy, Vision Solar, which, like other operators in the industry, faced regulatory action and numerous consumer complaints. Customers are left with solar panels on their homes that may or may not want. Some are working with lenders to find another company to take over the maintenance of their panels. Others are just trying to get out of the loans. The broader industry faces significant upheaval. Back in December, SunPower said there was substantial doubt about its ability to continue to operate. Sunlight Financial, which provided financing for residential solar, filed for bankruptcy last October. Sunrun is one of the biggest residential installers in the country, have seen their share price plummet 87% from the 2020 peak. The share price of Sunnova, another national installer, has fallen 88%. There are a number of reasons the solar industry is struggling, including higher interest rates, less opportunity to offset your energy bill in some states, and the overall high cost of installation. But the failure of Titan points to a big flaw in one model of solar in this country that has been plagued by consumer complaints and regulatory action. Titan operated on a so-called dealer model, meaning it did not complete any sales itself, but rather outsourced them to dealers who dispatched crews of salespeople. Those salespeople operated with little oversight and sometimes made promises the company couldn't keep. According to Model E, an AI-based solar installation company that has done away with salespeople, their model was grow, grow, grow at any cost. They didn't care how they got the sales. Under the dealer model, Titan would set a red line, essentially a minimum price, usually per watt, for which the dealer needed to sell the system. If a salesperson could sell the system for more than that price, they would get more commission. That incentivized them to make promises the company couldn't keep. For Titan, the dealer program turned out to be a double-edged sword. According to the founder and CEO of Solar Insure, the dealer's primary motivation was to maximize their commissions, which sometimes led to aggressive sales tactics and overselling of systems without consideration for the customer's specific needs. The Nevada State Controllers Board had put Titan on probation last year after receiving multiple consumer complaints. The company faces multiple lawsuits. In one complaint filed in Ohio last week, a customer named Thomas Jones alleged that a Titan salesman told him that he would have no electricity bill if he installed solar panels because of a free government program. The salesman then allegedly forged Jones' signature on loan documents, taking out a $69,000 loan from another company without his knowledge. That loan included a finance charge of $75,000, meaning payments would have added up to $166,000 plus. According to the complaint, the salesman allegedly avoided scrutiny by sending the contract to an email address that was similar to Jones, but wasn't actually his. I can't remember the name of the company I was supposed to be talking to and whether they might have been using Titan. think they said they were actually based out of Florida, but that's crazy stuff. You recognize any of those solar names I mentioned that have gone belly up there, Heat Wave?
No, sure don't.
Okay.
The group that I went through is ION, ION, Solar, based out of Salt Lake City. So I haven't heard anything about them going under or having issues. I'm sure if they did, they would have mailed me something. But yeah, that's I mean, it's like a 20-year note, 25-year warranty, and they said, those panels are going to last, and each one of them is independently wired. So if one goes down, that doesn't mean the whole system goes down.
Right.
So, and it has cut, like I said before, it has cut our payment for electricity down quite a bit. And with the condition that my wife and my daughter have, I'd be paying $700-800 a month easily, and probably $500 a month during the wintertime because it just don't get cold enough. So, when you got lupus and vasculitis, it really is a burning sensation. Their skin will turn red. It looks like a jigsaw puzzle because it's the blood coming up to the top of the skin to cool off. And it's hereditary, just like their migraines and whatnot. So, yeah. Yeah, when I said for better or worse, I meant it. So, yeah, we had a little bit of drama, and Friday, my little co-pilot for watching TV, Corky, little long-haired Chihuahua, as you so poignantly said at one time, Chihuahua. Yep, I let him out, and he went ahead and did his business outside, and he was enjoying the sun, and I brought him in, and he went to his little pen, and 30 minutes later, it sounded like someone was just jabbing him with a damn knife. He was screaming and hollering, and I go into the room, and he's running around with one leg, looked like it was paralyzed. And then about 10 minutes later, he's running around with both of his back legs paralyzed. Just getting it. And anytime you tried to pick him up, he would try to bite you. But I think it was the pain was just driving him mad.
Was it a scorpion?
So, no, we got him to the veterinarian, and what had happened is he had a stroke.
Oh.
And and apparently the blood clots that were in him traveled to his hind end, his pelvic area, and he was paralyzed, but he was in so much pain. They didn't take him out but a minute or two and came back saying, we've got to put him down. So my daughter, Alicia, she was really tore up because that was her baby from 16 years ago. Corky just adopted me as his human, because I let him get away with stuff that Mama wouldn't let him get away with, nor would Alicia. So, but he was my co-pilot there watching TV in the easy chair, and I tell you what, it hurts to see an animal in that much pain, and every time it hit him so hard, he was just snapping at anything to try to kill that pain. And my wife had the dog on her shoulder, and it tried biting her neck. So I had my hand up between his mouth and her neck, and he got a piece of me. It's amazing how much pressure a little dog can put on your hand, especially when he's in that much pain. So they had him prepped, and we had like a little You know how the hospitals have like a praying room, you know, a chapel. Well, they
Right.
had one there,
Mm-hmm.
and they were playing, you know, really nice music to try to comfort. And they brought the dog in, and he was prepped. And as soon as that technician walked out, you know, that poor Corky, he just started screaming and hollering again, and I ran out saying, "We can't wait. He needs to be released now." So the deed was done, and I mean, both me and Alicia, we're just crying. We could have.
That's something I can identify with. Putting a beloved pet down. That's hard.
I mean, we had a dog earlier. She was her name was Akira. She was a pit bull lab mix. Oh, beautiful dog. Very well obedient. You know, she would listen. She was trained, and you know, she watched over kids like, you know, they were her babies. But if you had another animal come in the yard, she was going to let you know she was the alpha female, and there was going to be no messing around.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, when I had her put down, I mean, I just couldn't deal with it. I was racked with sorrow and sobbing like a little schoolgirl. And again, we had a cat that was Alicia's that had to be put down, and then this one here. And when last year around July 4th, we had another. July 3rd, we had another animal put down. It's like, my goodness, you know, they become family members. And, you know, when you lose one, it hurts like hell. So they put Corky's body, and I don't mean to be crass or anything, but it was like a little doggy bag to go. It held 5 to 20 pounds. So he was in there because I told him, I says, you know, we can't really afford coughing up $300 to have him cremated,
right,
put in a little container. So we went ahead and dug a grave for him. And my wife, she was so racked with pain, she unzipped the bag and pulled him out and gave him a hug and a kiss and just held on to him and put him back in the bag. And you know, and we're all walking around holding the bag, you know, as our final farewell. I had to get some sleep. And when I did go to bed, I was just racked with, you know, sorrow. So I got up and I helped dig a little bit of the grave, and I held the bag containing the pup for about 15 minutes, sitting in the chair like we was watching TV. And I said a glory be and an Our Father and a Hail Mary, and I said a little prayer to St. Francis of Assisi to make sure that the little guy, you know, was able to run around in heaven without any issues. And I went to sleep. So, you know, I slept for about 4 hours and then get up and go again the next morning, you know, that night. But then I went ahead, and when I got back, I got some 1,500 pounds of river rock. And so, I mean, and then I found 3 square bricks. I guess they call it flooring bricks. So, you know, I put that, and then I found the little dog with wings. So we see Corky every day. It just, you know, it still tears me up to talk about it. But yeah, that's, I mean, you know, right on the heels of Father's Day and the anniversary, and you know, unlike poor Wright, you know, Lady Heatwave wasn't feeling all that good, you know, so I went ahead and went to town and got some steaks for her and I, and then my son and my daughter, and we got some salmon, and we got some shrimp, and I made potato salad and had some beans, you know, for the bubble bath later. But yeah, we had a, you know, pretty nice weekend. And it was, you know, it was long, but yeah. And so I'm got back out on the road last night and heading to El Paso now. So yeah, it's gonna be a good night. Now this fire in Ruidoso, being Texan, I'll destroy the name. Yeah, the Ruidoso Downs is right there in the middle of downtown. Well, just on the east side of downtown. It can be easily seen off of that highway. I think it's US 70. And it is in the base flat area where the mountains are, surrounding it. And it's nothing but trees. There's nothing but trees around that. You go a little bit further east, and then it turns into, grassland. But, there is I think it's an Apache reservation that's up there just to the west of it, and they have Inn of the Mountain Gods is their casino and resort. And I'm sure they're pretty worried about how that is going to be affected, if not, totally destroyed by the fires. But this fire had been going on for a while. And I do not know why they can't immediately fly these damn jets that we have in the state, firefighting jets, to drop the foam, or not the foam, but the
retardant,
the fire retardant down. It's like, if you have a fire, go out there and drown the damn thing with the fire retardant. No, it's got to be so big before we can actually do it. Well, hell, by the time you actually do it, it's too late. I mean, last year we had the Calf Valley fire. Hell, I can't remember, but I mean, it was a fire that was just north of me by about an hour. And it's like, well, if you would have acted sooner, maybe you wouldn't have all these issues. Hell, they still ain't got the claims done for that fire. They were saying, well, we got a new program that'll help you people. Well, that should have been done when it happened. Don't wait a year later to say we're going to implement a new program. No, you take care of the people now. You take care of the fire now, no matter how small it is. You get those damn planes out there and you start dropping that fire retardant. It's not like they don't have an airport out there in Roswell, which is probably the closest one there. I mean, it just really, maybe I'm just too dumb to understand how this is supposed to work. But it seemed like to me, if you got a fire going, well, damn it, the sooner you take care of it, the better off we'll be. So, anyways, Ruidoso is just south of Capitan, New Mexico, and that's around the mountain as well. And that is where Smokey the Bear first came to be. He was an actual bear cub that was rescued by the forest rangers after a fire, and they would have a Smokey the Bear parade and celebration, honoring the memory of that bear. But here a couple of years ago, we've all grown out of it. I mean, the kids today, you say Smokey the Bear. Who? It's kind of like saying Roy and Roy Rogers and Trigger and Bullet. They'd be like, who? We know these people, but the memory is not shared with the youth of today. So they lost interest in celebrating Smokey the Bear Day.
Yeah.
But
so I'm looking here. I was trying to get an update on the other fire, but I mean, I see you're Albuquerque, and I guess word just came in here a few hours ago. Bosque, is that where you said you live? Bosque?
No, I live in Edgewood. Now it's pronounced Bosque. B-O-S-Q-U-E, right?
That's correct. Yes, but Bernalillo County
yeah.
Fire Rescue confirmed there is a Bosque fire in southwest Albuquerque. Details are limited, but they say it's near Poco Loco River Trail. Multiple agencies responding to the fire. They say they are making significant progress. So that was just a blurb that came out here the last couple hours ago.
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me none, because there's a bunch of homeless that do live out in the Bosque. So if they start a fire to do if they've caught a fish or an animal and they're trying to cook it, well, and then we got enough damn crazies out there that'll just start one up just to see it burn. Every year. So it's a damn shame. All right, Senor, I'll go ahead and let you go since you're getting close to the top of the hour.
We are,
approaching
approaching the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. Albuquerque going to be rolling into a brand new day. Final day of spring, by the way. Yeah, we are. So I shared the solar panel company, which I didn't realize so many of them were going under. In the next hour, how about another electric vehicle company filing for bankruptcy? This is a name many may recognize, Fisker. Fisker, once considered a competitor of Tesla in the electric vehicle market, has filed for Chapter 11. So it's not like they're going under. That means they're going to seek to restructure their debt and sell some assets in an effort to try to salvage their operations. So, yeah, more on that, as I said, coming up in the next hour. Add another to the list. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. USA's Tim Berg has the details.
Talks are ongoing with mediators trying to agree to a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. This week, Hamas responded to a proposal by President Biden, but Israel says the response was equivalent to a rejection. Connecticut Democratic Senator Jim Hines joins Fox News Sunday and says it's important that the talks continue.
We saw 8 Israeli soldiers die yesterday. This is a war that is taking a huge toll on both sides. And, it's always a good idea to maintain negotiations to try to stop that kind of violence.
A heat dome has spread across the U.S. Roughly 265 million Americans are expected to be in the path of that heat wave that experts are calling the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might even last past Friday. Obviously, sensitive populations like children, seniors, and anyone with respiratory issues should take caution and stay inside. And that advice goes to anyone, really. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. Greg Little, public information officer for the LA County Fire Department, said they are up against some obstacles.
The winds are probably going to be the biggest factor in battling this blaze. It's going to make the effort much more difficult.
The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Bryson DeChambeau took home his second U.S. Open title after what he called the best shot of my life. He also kept Rory McIlroy from winning his first major championship since 2014. McIlroy was not happy, so much so that he didn't even stick around to congratulate DeChambeau for the win. British chef Gordon Ramsay hit up social media this weekend to say he was in a serious bicycling accident in Connecticut. He didn't go into detail about what happened, but said he's lucky to be here. He also showed his torso, which was sporting a huge blackish purple bruise. He thanked the staff at Lawrence Memorial Hospital in New London for his survival and said he could not be more adamant about always wear a helmet. Hollywood's summer movie anxieties gave way to joy this weekend with the massive debut of Disney and Pixar's Inside Out 2. The animated sequel brought in $155 million in ticket sales in the U.S. and Canada, with an estimated $140 million from international showings. Inside Out 2 had a staggering and record-breaking $295 million global start. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
On Friday, it was 2 wickeds, 1 and 3 again in Minnie. a foursome in Unlimited, and a 4-spot distance in Pro Stock. But unfortunately, come Saturday morning, those persistent summer showers were just too much for Hutch. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The NTPA Grand National Circuit made its only visit to the land of 10,000 lakes with the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota last weekend. Steady rains that arrived Saturday morning turned the McLeod County Fairgrounds into pond number 10,001, and by mid-afternoon, the cause was lost. But that was not before the fans who gathered just west of the Twin Cities witnessed some memorable pulling across 6 classes on Friday night. Opening the show for the first time in this reporter's memory were the Dr. Preload Super Semis. Turnabout was fair play for two-time champion Brian Ellithorpe, whose Nicky's Nightmare Kenworth avenged a second-place Farley finish to R.J. Simon's Drivers Wanted Pete. Ellithorpe from Bridport, Vermont, now holds the tiebreaker over Simon for the division lead by a little over 9 feet. In Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks, Nick Gillette watched the Old Master Van Hazley's Rock Hard Ram roll to 342 feet on the class's 7th hook before earning a trophy for his top shelf Ford with a 346-footer of his own. It's Gillette's first GN win in 51 weeks and marks his return to the top of the standings he led for much of last season. The modified mini class boasted 21 hot rods. Adam Kester put down an early marker with the iconic Footloose at 336, and it was most nearly overtaken by Renee Theobald's Pretty Wicked at 333. But on that track's last hook of the night, Renee's son Grant found enough bite for his Little Wicked to earn a walk-off 341 and 3. It was already the second 1-3 finish of the year for the Shelbyville Indianans. Across the median strip, the multi-engine Unlimited Modifieds were waging a battle of their own in their season opener. Following up on his runner-up at the Enderley last fall, David Richardson of Litchfield, Kentucky found himself atop the leaderboard with his foursome 4 heavy machine on a late pass. Richardson bested Brad Benedict's Nonsense by a chassis length. After that, the Yoder Popcorn Pro Stocks played a game of Can You Top This? First, Brandon Simon's Loud and Heavy X got to 380 and 7, only to be threatened by Chance McGrath's Last Chance 2 at 380 and 3 on the very next hook. Then James Ray drove Julia Ray's Mac Daddy out to 397 and 1. Undaunted, Simon returned with his Loud and Heavy Deer and took the 20-plus ton Ironman Red sled for a long ride, 413 feet to the base of the scoreboard. And finally, in Newfield Zag Superstock Diesels, Colin Ross gave a heart-pounding performance aboard his triple bypass from Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. Ross wheeled his 3-turbo McCormick to 334 feet, well beyond the Ford-Charger setup of Steve Blagray's Red Horse. Now it's on to the first Super National of 2024, the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin. Be there in person at Monroe County's Recreation Park for 5 sessions, from Thursday evening, June 20th, through Saturday evening, June 22nd, to watch 12 Grand National and 3 Regional National divisions. Visit TOMAHTractorpull.com for tickets and event information. Can't be there for one session or all the sessions? Catch it online at fullbull.live at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central each night, and 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central each of Friday and Saturday. Also on tap for this week are Region 2 polls in Mechanicstown, Ohio on Friday, Fremont, Michigan on Saturday, and Greenfield, Indiana on Sunday. NTPAPULL.com has all the info you need on classes and times. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Much, Mr. Dunlap, for the full report. Hey, from the start of this morning's program, we've been looking at some of those stronger storms in the Oklahoma Panhandle region, and these things are just nearly stationary. But dropping torrential rain, 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-size hail. They're expanding into the northernmost reaches of the Texas Panhandle. But yeah, a lot of flooding concerns with the torrential rain that's coming down again with these storms just nearly stationary. So I can pull up here. Now the National Weather Service out of Dodge City, Kansas. Some of these flood warnings. Radar indicates rain 1 to 3 inches has already fallen. Rainfall rate from 1 to as much as 4 inches in 2 hours' time. And they're anticipating another 1 to 3 inches of rain. So, yeah, flash flood warnings there. Some of those smaller creeks and streams rising rapidly. All right, we kick off another hour. Good to have you on board. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, Pappy, right out of the box this morning, when he was alluding to, I'm being told I did not see what I saw. He's referencing Joe Biden because the Republican National Committee had put down like a compilation. Yeah, put them all together, all these clips, and you can run one after another, and just. Yeah, the White House press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre argued in her Monday press conference that these RNC clips of Biden's public glitches are, in her words, quote, cheap fakes published in bad faith. Like they're not real. She repeatedly then avoided questions about whether Biden is fine. Of course, just over the weekend alone, the video Sunday of President Obama, former President Barack Obama, walking Joe off the stage after he appeared to freeze there. Another video over the weekend where Joe was kind of wandering off into the distance in Europe before the Italian prime minister turned him back to the group of world leaders watching a skydiving show. After those videos went viral, Biden's aides became more quarrelsome with the media about the coverage of Joe's age, his gaffes, the videos exposing his moments of strange confusion. The Trump campaign communications director said, well, the truth hurts. When the Biden campaign is confronted with the cold, hard reality, they try to offer ridiculous claims that anyone who clearly sees Joe acting like a brain-dead dope is part of some media-wide conspiracy. That's what happens when you have junior staffers and interns running Biden's campaign strategy for a candidate who can barely walk and talk at the same time. I mean, remember, the special counsel Robert Hur described Joe as, quote, the elderly man with a poor memory. Joe suffers from atrial fibrillation, peripheral neuropathy in his feet, hyperlipidemia, which I'm not familiar with. Hyperlipidemia. The health challenges might explain why he struggles to remain upright. He has tripped, tumbled, stumbled at least 5 times during his presidency. Yeah, of course, he implemented a new strategy of walking to and from Marine One with multiple aides to draw less attention to his physical ailments. He also had begun quite some time ago boarding Air Force One from the shorter steps at the rear of the aircraft rather than the taller staircase at the front of the craft. He does not wear typical dress shoes with his suits. He wears a specially crafted sports shoe to help him walk, which that's a typical wardrobe change for elderly people. But the latest survey from Quinnipiac says a whopping 67% of voters believe Joe is too old to serve a second term. But pay no attention. You did not see that. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Doing well. Got the phones all back in operation, thank goodness.
Oh, you having phone problems today?
It was last night, the last couple of hours. I mean, I think it was shortly after we spoke to you. Yeah, we kind of lost connection, and I played 7 kinds of hell to get them to work again, and they barely did. I was able to take a couple of calls in the last couple of hours.
Oh, wow. Gotta love technology, buddy, I tell you. Hey, I got an answer for Heatwave's questions there earlier. I think a lot of what's going on with the fires, and I've seen this in the big fires, the aircraft that they use in those fires, Steve, they use them jet engines. They say it's a jet engine, but it's a turbine engine. And when a fire gets really big, you can't fly a plane with that kind of engine. I don't care if it's a plane or a helicopter. You can't fly it into that kind of stuff. because if that engine ingests that smoke and it goes into the certain stages of the turbine, it could destroy the engine. And so when they do a fire assessment, they got to be very cautious about where they drop and where they go with those planes, because you can't just fly a big old airplane in there and drop it. Another thing that they're looking at, you got to look at where they're at. How much water availability do they have out there in New Mexico, Steve? They don't have a lot of like lakes and rivers and whatnot that they can drain off with the helicopters that are close to it. And if they're using the really big planes like big DC-10, they got to fill that thing up at the airport, which means they're gonna have to start bringing tankers in to fill it up. I mean, it's a pretty crazy process that the forestry people go through when they try to get these fires taken care of.
Yeah.
And does that make any sense, Steve?
I was reading something last evening, as a matter of fact, that they were showing one of those, I don't know what, it's one of the big orange planes that drops the fire retardant on these places. But it said something akin to, it's like $30,000 an hour to run those planes.
Absolutely. I mean, you gotta upkeep you start talking like, say, for instance, those big Sky Crane helicopters, which a lot of those helicopters are over in Greece right now taking care of fires over in Greece. It's a lot of money to operate.
Yeah.
You know, and that's got to be figured out. I know it's sad but true, and I mean, it's the assessment part is the part that really needs to be paid attention to, because you want to try to find the fire before it gets big enough so they get to the point. That fire that I seen last night on television out there in New Mexico, now I'm just looking at it, you know, on the normal national news. Them flames look like they went into the sky a pretty good ways. What do you think, Steve? They're pretty big, weren't they?
I mean, reports said that flames 100 feet in the air.
Yeah. And that's the thing, you know, and then you look at the smoke going up in the sky. I know around here, when they have a fire down here, especially a forest fire, they trench around everything with bulldozers to keep it from jumping. And then they work from the outside in on the fire. That's how they do it down here. I'm not sure how they do it out west. I know they got the helicopters and all that other stuff. But, excuse me, that's what is the hard part. You let it get to a big point, you know, you're looking at a big radius, you're going to have to hit it. It takes a lot to do that, you know, and the big airplanes, the DC-10s, I don't even know what it would take to run one of them. So, but I hope that answered a little bit of his question. My train of thought is, Steve, we've got all these satellites out here that can tell the temperature of water, they can tell the temperature of this. Why can't we have some kind of alert system with satellites that can tell heat signatures across the world, so we know where fires are going to be or how fires are progressing? What do you think, Steve?
You would think they've got that technology.
You know, we can predict weather and see temperature with that. You know, you would think they would have some kind of alert system that's built into a satellites, I should say. We have enough of them up there to scan the world. And when a heat signature hits, and it's a big signature like that, say it's in a forest or on a mountain or something like that, you could see that signature and it's like, hey, we need to get somebody out there to evaluate it and get it going. You know, I mean, that's what it's about, any kind of natural disaster like that, be it a tornado or a hurricane or a fire or anything. It's like you want to try to, if you can get people going to where you need to quickly, you can get things done. But Mother Nature still is dominating us, and she always will be. And that's just the way it is. I mean, there's a certain point of it that we gotta say, hey, we gotta take it on the cuff and do the best we can. Think about this, Steve. You know all that. You remember the fires in Hawaii? Remember those fires over there that burned that whole city and everything? Well, common sense tells you they got aircraft that'll pick up water. They're right beside they're on the ocean. It's an island in the ocean. Couldn't you just went out there and got the water and brought it back? But we didn't see no helicopters like that out there now, did we? The reason being is it spread so quickly, they didn't have time to get anything out there to it.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what this deal is in New Mexico. It just spread so quickly, you know?
Yeah, and if memory serves,
that fire went from nothing to something in hours.
The Maui fire, that spread so rapid because I think they were dealing with 70-plus mile-an-hour winds, and I don't think they can put copters or, I don't know, can planes even fly in those kind of winds?
A helicopter, no. And that was a part of it. You know, you had 70-mile-an-hour winds, and it just spread so quickly, there's no way to do it. You know? Water availability is tough, especially when you get into a place out in the Southwest. You know, I mean, look at all the woes that Vegas and all them people are going through with water, and not to mention a lot of folks in California. And, you know, that always amazed me about out in California especially. You know, you got the Pacific Ocean sitting right out there. You have all this technology out there for desalination and different ways of processing water. Why couldn't they process the water out of the Pacific Ocean and feed California and a lot of the western side of the United States? I never could understand why they couldn't do that. I mean, I know it's very expensive, and it's kind of the same thinking as what we're thinking about with this fire. But I don't know. It makes you wonder what's going on. I mean, it is what it is. Certain times you just can't handle Mother Nature, man. There's no way. I mean, look at what we're going through down here right now. I mean, I just ran through rain, you know, that's coming in off the ocean over here. But I'm down here in Orlando now, and it's like dry as a bean. You know, I mean, you just can't predict where Mother Nature's going to do things. So, but that's all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate you, and thank you for having me. And my condolences there, Heat Wave. I know them animals, man. They help you out. They get you through a lot of things. When they pass away, it's pretty rough. So we're thinking about you, and y'all have a good night. Thanks, bud.
All right, Philip. Thank you very much. All right, you've got the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and several other stakeholders all joining efforts to overturn the Environmental Protection Agency's latest truck emission rule. On Tuesday, this past day, OOIDA, with the American Petroleum Institute, the American Farm Bureau Federation, the National Corn Growers Association, all filing a petition for review in a District of Columbia Federal Court of Appeals, challenging the EPA's greenhouse gas emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles Phase 3 rule that they published in April. Representing truckers, farmers, the oil and gas industry, petitioners claim the truck emission rule exceeds the agency's statutory authority and is otherwise arbitrary, capricious, and abuse of discretion, and not in accordance with the law. The petition asked the court to declare the rule unlawful and vacate it. Small business truckers make up 90% or 96% of trucking and could be regulated out of existence if these unworkable heavy-duty rules come into effect. Todd Spencer in the statement from OOIDA, this rule would devastate the reliability of America's supply chain and ultimately increase cost for consumers. Mom-and-pop trucking businesses would be suffocated by the sheer cost and operational challenges of effectively mandating zero-emission trucks. But this administration appears intent on forcing through its deluge of misguided environmental mandates. As the voice of over 150,000 small business truckers, we owe it to our members and every small business trucker in America to leave no stone unturned fighting these radical environmental policies. Now, Tuesday's petition is the third such petition challenging these new truck emission standards. Back in May, 24 states, being led by Nebraska's Attorney General, filed the first petition. The The coalition of states also filed a lawsuit challenging California's advanced clean fleets on that same day. Soon after, the Western States Trucking Association, along with the Construction Industry Air Quality Coalition, also filed a second petition for review. The EPA does not have the legal authority to require the wholesale electrification of trucks and cars. These rules are not only inconsistent with the Clean Air Act, they're unconstitutional, according to a senior attorney with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. If they followed through in promulgating the illegal rules, they ignore the obvious fact there is woefully insufficient infrastructure to support this breakneck pace that they've set for switching from fossil fuels to electricity. In the process, the EPA restricts the freedom of ordinary Americans to choose their preferred modes of transportation. Congress never gave the EPA that kind of expansive authority over our individual liberty. In case you had missed it, though, the EPA's new truck emission standards requiring 25% of new sleeper cab tractors to be zero tailpipe emissions by 2032. Now, the manufacturers can reach that requirement through a variety of technologies, but the focus is on battery electric, due largely to price and charging infrastructure. Well, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Looks like Eagle has woke up. See if he's on board coming up here. Who we got? Gilligan will check in, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Also, we'll give you more on we mentioned the Fiskars filing for bankruptcy, the latest electric vehicle company to do so. And the dust continues to settle from numerous layoffs at Forward Air last week. Multiple people familiar with the matter told FreightWaves that the job cuts range from clerical positions to the C-suite and include many sales and technology roles. More on that, again, from FreightWaves. Coming up after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. A heat dome spreading across the U.S., heading toward the Midwest and East Coast, bringing with it temps close to 100 degrees. Experts calling it possibly the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might last past Friday. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres, and firefighters are battling high winds to try to put that fire out. Myers, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, promised we'd get back to the calls here, so let me jump up and see what Eagle has on his mind this morning. What's happening, Eagle? Eagle! He did it again. And it's 2 for 2. Morning, Gilligan.
I'm wide awake, Steve. Yep, he started snoring on you a little bit there, too. Ah, poor Eagle. Hey, you got to give him credit. He sleeps most nights, and he does try to stay up and call you. Call in. You got to give him at least a little bit of credit.
Absolutely.
You know, I don't know. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I don't know about that right wingnut and that description of him and his wife and going down to the gas station last night. That was a little rough there, Steve. I don't know about him. I tell you what, he's got to come out there and judge that cicada cook-off competition, and well, him and Charlie get along pretty good until they pull something stupid like they did the truck show last spring. You remember them two ended up in jail when that was over with?
That's correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
Man, I tell you what, I don't know about them two. I mean, could you come out and MC the thing so I ain't got to put up with Charlie going to drunk? I mean, we'll give you some beer if you just come out and MC the thing. I mean, it's just, I don't know. What I was talking to, I messaged Pappy and Rambler, and we've got to figure it out what happens to your phone lines Friday morning. Okay, we have done figured it out. When Mother Trucker called in and talked about being in her see-through shirt or boxer shorts, it overloaded the phone lines, and it just fried them. That's what happened.
Yeah, he had a meltdown.
You know, yeah, it just had a meltdown, and she brought it up again. What was it, last night or the night before, and the thing started acting up too. I mean, it's. I tell you, Steve. I tell you that woman, I have a lot of admiration for her, but she seems to be working your show over pretty good there. I'd love to meet the lady. In all actuality, I mean, she actually started trucking a year after I did. I was in truck driving school in '99, and back then there wasn't no fly-by-night course in 3 weeks or something. The course I took was 12 weeks long. I graduated in 8.5 weeks. You could graduate early. There was 3 of us that graduated the same week and stuff. The times have changed so much, it's crazy. She was talking about TMC. That's about how flatbed is something she didn't want to do. I wish I wouldn't have. I spent my first 2.5 years in this industry with TMC. Now, I made decent money, but to do so, I did a lot of shady logging, running extra weight to get a few extra bucks off the load, because a lot of that stuff paid by the hundredweight and stuff. I gotta take my hat off to the flatbedders out there. I've done that. And later on, I said I played flatbedder for about a year. It was preloaded trailers. I was running metal siding and roofing and that stuff. And that it was already loaded. It was on a Conestoga wagon almost every time. It was a whole different ball game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that wasn't real flatbedding to me. I mean, you're hauling them steel coils and you're throwing the chains to them, and you're here still praying that sucker's going to stay in place. Because you got 40-some thousand pounds of steel coil sitting on that deck. They say 10,000 pounds per chain, but I tell you what, you still question. That's a lot of weight sitting there. You know, I mean, I've hauled them up into, I think, 48,000 was the heaviest coil I ever pulled. I mean, I've hauled steel bars and all this. You know, touching on that so-called driver out there in Colorado,
mm-hmm.
and he overturned and lost his load and all that. I'm wondering if load securement didn't have something to do with that. I think Horse Feathers even brought it up. You know, flatbed is a very dangerous industry. Like I said, I run for 2.5 years for TMC. I mean, that's the true flatbedding right there. I mean, I cut my teeth the hard way. You know, it can be very dangerous, and it can be. But if you secure that load the way it's supposed to be, you can't control the traffic around you. Now, granted, it should stay on the trailer. TMC's motto was that they wanted them loads secured so well that if there was a way to do it, to pick that truck up, turn it upside down, and shake it, it would still stay on that trailer. I know that seems a little extreme, but I get what they were saying there with that. But, well, I tell you what, that's about all I got for now, Steve. But I would watch that right wingnut. We're beginning to wonder about him, and I mean it's getting pretty hot there at the GMA B and S complex during the day. I'm hoping to get a little bit of a break later in the week.
Uh-huh.
You take care, Steve, and I hope everybody has a safe night.
I think I did refer it as the GMA and BS weather station earlier, didn't I? All right, Fisker, once considered a competitor of Tesla in the electric vehicle market. Filing Chapter 11, Reuters reports the EV market has proven to be a challenging landscape for many companies. Fisker becoming the latest to succumb to the pressures of no demand. Fundraising difficulties, supply chain issues. The company, founded by automotive designer Henrik Fisker, joins the ranks of Proterra, Lordstown, and Electric Last Mile Solutions, all of which have filed for bankruptcy in the past 2 years. Fisker's troubles began in February when it raised concerns about its ability to remain in business. The company's situation worsened after failing to secure a crucial investment from a major automaker believed to have been Nissan, which would have unlocked an additional $350 million in funding from an unnamed investor. The collapse of those talks forced Fisker to explore alternative options and ultimately leading to the bankruptcy filing. Breitbart News previously reported on President Joe Biden's support of Fisker. Writing in 2009, Biden promised that $529 million in new Department of Energy loan guarantees to Fisker to produce electric cars in Delaware would provide billions of dollars in good new jobs. 4 years later, Fisker filed for bankruptcy without producing a single car in the U.S. As they reported at the time, Fisker was granted the loan guarantees to produce a hybrid sports car called the Karma. That was for the luxury auto market with a price of $103,000. High-profile political figures lobbied for the deal. Fisker filed for bankruptcy, failed in 2013, and taxpayers lost $139 million on the venture. Republicans noted the jobs that were promised never materialized, and once again, taxpayers are on the hook for the administration's reckless gamble, along with failed solar panel manufacturer Solyndra. Fisker was one of the highest-profile failures of that status, which Biden oversaw, which he has touted on the campaign trail of proof of his ability to handle America's economic recovery. They also pointed out the ties between the Biden family. In the book by Alex Marlowe, he explains that Hunter Biden made his own appearance in that Fisker saga in October of 2009. Biden, in his first term as vice president at the time, announced that Fisker would be buying the legendary General Motors plant in Boxwood Road in Wilmington, where it would produce its new all-electric sports car, the Karma. They received more than $500 million in loans through the Energy Department, where Biden's niece, Missy Owens, was working as deputy chief of staff at the time. Hunter Biden's Rosemont partners, business partners, were among the company's investors. Fisker went bankrupt within 5 years. Hunter, who had bought a Fisker using money transferred from the Kazakh oligarch, was named as a bankruptcy creditor. The brand sold off to the Chinese and has since been reintroduced to limited success. In a recent statement, Fisker acknowledged the challenges it faced, stating, like other companies in the electric vehicle industry, we have faced various market and macroeconomic headwinds that have impacted our ability to operate efficiently. The operating unit, Fisker Group Incorporated, estimated assets of $500 million to $1 billion and liabilities of $100 million to $500 million in the Chapter 11 filing there in Delaware. Their flagship Ocean SUV has faced numerous software and hardware issues. Consumer Reports calls the vehicle unfinished business. The car is also under regulatory investigation for various problems, including braking issues, door failures. Despite producing more than 10,000 vehicles last year, Fisker delivered less than half of them, and they're struggling to clear their inventory of over 5,000 cars, even after shifting to a dealership-based distribution model back in January. Just add another to the proverbial laundry list.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
I'll tell you, it's not surprising to me, but the Democrat majority Federal Communication Commission is indeed, according to the report, fast-tracking the progressive billionaire George Soros' takeover of the second-largest radio network in the United States, just months, of course, before the 2024 presidential election. You'll recall back in February, Soros Fund Management, which is actually being run by George's son now, purchased $400 million of debt in Odyssey, which is the number 2 U.S. broadcaster behind iHeartMedia. Now, this network, which owns more than 220 stations nationwide, reaching 160 million monthly listeners, does broadcast a small number of conservative shows from hosts including Eric Erickson, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, and Dana Loesch. Their days at the Soros-controlled station could be numbered, according to a source with knowledge of the deal. The source says the idea that George is buying hundreds of local radio stations right before a national election and will keep broadcasting the likes of Sean Hannity and other conservative talk radio hosts on Odyssey is simply not credible. To assume control of the bankrupt network, Soros Fund Management needs the FCC to make an exception and allow a larger than usual percentage of foreign money to purchase it. Foreign company ownership of U.S. radio stations is not permitted to exceed 25% under existing FCC rules. The filing acquired by the New York Post shows that Soros asked the commission to make an exception in Odyssey's case. The FCC commissioner, Brendan Carr, is sounding off about the potential agency assist, telling the Post the FCC should not create a special Soros shortcut. When it comes to broadcast station acquisition of this size and magnitude, hundreds of radio stations across more than 45 markets, the FCC needs to run its full, normal review process. They should not be skipping steps or waiving required agency processes. Now, Representative Chip Roy of Texas wrote the FCC in late April that the Soros Group was trying to waive the usual process to put it off till sometime down the road, indicating that those foreign stakeholders will be given special warrants in the meantime. A representative from Soros Fund Management told the Post the company does not comment on ongoing transactions. Nothing to say. It's the latest move into American radio for the left-leaning financiers company. In 2022, it brokered Univision's $60 million sale of 18 primarily conservative Hispanic radio stations and also acquired the liberal podcast network known as Crooked Media. The Post's source said that the Soros stake in Odyssey is about 40% of the company's senior debt, which would give him effective control when it emerges from bankruptcy, despite not being a majority. Coming just 5 months before a presidential election, the timing of the deal has really raised some questions as well as some eyebrows. One Republican source told the Post that it's possible Soros was buying the stake in the broadcasting giant to influence public opinion in the run-up to the November election, which is downright scary. Yeah, we know broadcast as a whole, all these companies have been struggling as of everybody competing for the same advertising dollars, which with more and more streaming and online and those sort of things, podcasts like this, broadcast media has really struggled. iHeart itself had filed for a bankruptcy. They were, was it 20 million or 20 billion? I think it was 20 with a B, billion. In debt at one point, and they're still billions in the hole. But so it doesn't make sense. Why do you, when you invest in something, you're looking to turn a profit? Isn't that the name of the game? And I don't know, buying a failing model, how Soros thinks he's going to turn it around. It's morning, Pappy. What's happening out there?
I was going to start snoring on you, but I'll let it go.
You're trying to pull an eagle.
You know, imitation, though, is the greatest form of flattery, though, you know that. Hey, man, you know, we're talking about them cicadas. Well, Steve, I haven't seen one. Where's all these cicadas that are supposed to be?
We had our 17-year brood here. What, about 2 or 3 summers ago, wasn't it? Yeah, this double brood. It's kind of like in parts of Illinois, parts of Indiana, then down in parts of the Southeast, Tennessee. I think parts of Kentucky. It's kind of spread around, but it's not for our area.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking of that when Gillian brought it up. I'm like, what the? You know what? I haven't seen
a one, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. The South can keep them. Oh, man, Steve. Hey, how about this White House, man? you got to laugh when they just tell you, no, you're not really seeing what you're seeing. here's the thing, as Bongino explained this very well, Steve, and I mean, we talked about it before, but what the heck. Listen, man, the presidents are given specific instructions on what happens when they get out of that car, right? When they get out of the limousine. In fact, his staff members are refreshing their memory right before the car parks. Hey, we're going to get out of the car. We're going to walk down the ropes. You're going to turn to your left. He's given a card with instructions. You're going to stop, pose for a photo, walk the line, shake some hands. And then we're going to go up on stage. You're going to after your speech, you'll exit the stage left. And they're given a card. And that's the point behind all this, is that Biden can't remember. And he can't follow instructions. That whole deal when they were overseas, when the, was it Italy's?
Prime Minister, yes. Mm-hmm.
Prime Minister had to kind of walk over and grab him. Now, okay, listen. Supposedly there was another parachuter that landed a little ways off.
And he was, yes. And
but you notice Biden,
Joe was wandering he was trying to say something to him. It was like he was trying to talk to him.
Yeah, but they were getting ready for a photo op. Right?
Right.
And he's the only one in the group that could just goes wandering off because he can't remember what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. Well, hold that thought, Pappy. I see the clock says news time.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. USA's Tim Berg has the details.
Talks are ongoing with mediators trying to agree to a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. This week, Hamas responded to a proposal by President Biden, but Israel says the response was equivalent to a rejection. Connecticut Democratic Senator Jim Hines joins Fox News Sunday and says it's important that the talks continue.
We saw 8 Israeli soldiers die yesterday. This is a war that is taking a huge toll on both sides. And, you know, it's always a good idea to maintain negotiations to try to stop that kind of violence.
A heat dome has spread across the U.S. Roughly 265 million Americans are expected to be in the path of that heat wave that experts are calling the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might even last past Friday. Obviously, sensitive populations like children, seniors, and anyone with respiratory issues should take caution and stay inside. And that advice goes to anyone, really. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. Greg Little, public information officer for the LA County Fire Department, said they are up against some obstacles.
The winds are probably going to be the biggest factor in battling this blaze. It's going to make the effort much more difficult.
The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Bryson DeChambeau took home his second U.S. Open title after what he called the best shot of my life. He also kept Rory McIlroy from winning his first major championship since 2014. McIlroy was not happy, so much so that he didn't even stick around to congratulate DeChambeau for the win. British chef Gordon Ramsay hit up social media this weekend to say he was in a serious bicycling accident in Connecticut. He didn't go into detail about what happened, but said he's lucky to be here. He also showed his torso, which was sporting a huge blackish purple bruise. He thanked the staff at Lawrence Memorial Hospital in New London for his survival and said he could not be more adamant about always wear a helmet. Hollywood's summer movie anxieties gave way to joy this weekend with the massive debut of Disney and Pixar's Inside Out 2. The animated sequel brought in $155 million in ticket sales in the U.S. and Canada, with an estimated $140 million from international showings. Inside Out 2 had a staggering and record-breaking $295 million global start. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, there you go. A brand new day. 19th day of June. Oh, yeah, don't forget, final day of spring. Astronomical summer arrives Thursday. All right, Pappy was asking, where's the cicadas? So this year, 2024, it's the double brood, right? Two broods emerging. The Midwest, the Southeast. You had, let's see, the first, a 17-year brood that emerged. This northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, northwest Indiana, southwest Michigan, parts of eastern Iowa. The other was a 13-year brood emerging in southern Illinois, much of Missouri, and then scattered across southeast states, stretching over to parts of Virginia. So that's the double brood. Yeah, we left off talking about the group of world leaders, the G7 summit. After Joe shuffled away a little bit, the entire delegation, the other world leaders all had to, they kind of moved over toward him to gather back around for the photo opportunity.
Yes, sir. It's, he just can't remember his instructions, and that's the issue. And, the White House just refuses to accept it. Man, there was something Bongino put out too. Man, you were talking about that deal with Obama and Biden being on the stage last night. Asked me if I seen it. I said, no, I'm too busy this weekend. Well, I saw a clip of it. Stephen, I'm not lying. When I'm watching that, I'm like, man, was that done on purpose? And sure enough, this ain't no lie, old Bongino brought it up today. He thinks that was done on purpose by Obama. Because he said, listen, man, he don't like Biden. He does not like him. He thinks he's a moron. And are they pushing? There was something somebody put out on a tweet or something that said, listen, when Obama, Clinton, Pelosi, and Schumer, they are the ones that are going to decide when it's time for Joe to go. When they say it's time, it's going to be time. And Steve, I'm telling you, man, I'm sitting here today. I want Biden to run. I don't want him to replace him. Because I think we're going to beat him. And I'm worried, man, if, that we are pounding him so hard, which he deserves, but, man, could this come back to backfire on us? A little worried about it. Remember when we first found out about the debate? It was like, wow, Trump took him up on it. It was like, well, yeah, Trump knows he's going to smoke him in a debate. All Trump needs to do is just maintain his cool and don't really say anything stupid. I'm telling you, there's no way. If I don't know. I think the people I just previously mentioned, they want this debate to happen. And why did they schedule it so early? I mean, these debates always happen at the, September, October.
Right.
So even Bongino brought this up. And I think I brought it up 2 months ago, Steve, when we found out about it. And I'm like, dude, do they want him to fall on his face? Is it going to be one or two things? He's going to do okay, maybe go up in the polls a little bit, or is he going to fall flat on his face and his poll numbers are going to go down even more? And then they're going to try to push him out if this debate, goes poorly for the big guy. And Steve, I'm telling you, it's one thing to get up there and read from a teleprompter for an hour and a half. I'm telling you, man, I can't wait for this to happen because I can't see Biden doing well.
Right.
And unfortunately, there can't be a back and forth between the two, unfortunately. Because, Trump could bring some things up where Biden would just stumble and blumber all over his words.
But, I mean...
And he's going to answer...
CNN answered a bunch of your questions. I mean, because the first thing, are they going to be in the same room together, or is it going to be like, separate rooms? They're going to be at a stage. They're going to be at a podium side by side. No note cards. So no teleprompter, no note cards. There's no viable way Joe can remember the answers. I mean, they're going to try to pump it in his head for a week straight, but he can't remember from 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah. And the thing is Trump, during debate can call him out on certain things, but the moderators can just ignore what Trump said and don't even ask Biden to respond to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
If they start getting into a debate about Hunter, all the money laundering, the moderators could just ignore Trump and just ask Biden a different question. Not even have him respond to anything that Trump says. But what's he going to run on? Is he going to stand there and tell the people? He said it today, the border's open. The border's closed. Said it again today. I sent you an email, Steve. Fox News put this up. Or no, this might have been CNN. I can't remember. 2018. There were 2,641,000, I guess, known gotaways. I'd have to look at the email again. Is that what the headline says? I sent it to you. In 2018. Went up about 500,000 in 2019. Now, from 2019 to 2020, it actually looks like it went down by maybe 100,000. In 2022, when the big guy's been in office for 2 years, went up to 4,759,000. Went up over 1 million. 1.5 million, actually. Steve, by 2024, right now,
7,400,000. That's year to date.
400,000.
Yep.
They are estimating by October it's going to be 8 million. If it goes to 8 million by October, Steve, that's plus 5 million people illegally cross that border. Known gotaways we're just talking about here. 5 million. Steve, line up 5 million people, right? Just try to comprehend that, man. Line up 5 million. See how long it takes to get them through the gates. Boggles the mind. And they just arrested a illegal immigrant. Steve, sad. You see the picture of this lady on TV. Raped and murdered this Maryland mother. Man. I think it was New York City. There was an illegal immigrant that was wanted for the rape of a 13-year-old. They spotted, I guess, it was plastering his mugshot all over. I think they were in a park, and some people recognized him and held him down until the police got there. You know, and some of the Democrats, well, you know, American citizens commit crimes too. Yeah? Steve, the illegals aren't supposed to be here.
Correct.
They're not supposed to be here. The other email I sent you about China. The government of China is helping Chinese males, maybe some females, I don't know. All the pictures I've seen were mid-20s. What's up with all the Chinese crossing the border? I mean, Steve, we have talked about, you know, the border, and if they wanted to stop it, they could. They just don't want to because they want these new voters. All the NGOs that are facilitating, paying, forking out all the money for these illegals to be able to come from around the world through the Darien Gap, up through Mexico, and enter the United States. See, this is like another massive money laundering machine. These NGOs, these non-government organizations are getting rich. The House could just stop funding them. Shut it down. But they don't. I think we were talking about, brought it up might have been heat waves. Talking about illegals in the military. Hey, serve you 4 years and we'll give you citizenship. Steve, I'm sorry, man. No go in my book. No way. Maybe 20 years ago, 10 years ago maybe even. But now with all these unknown people coming across our border, we're going to let them go into the military? No way. Are they going to spy, gather intelligence? What's their reasoning? Is it really to become a citizen? Like I said in yesterday's little opening, man, are they going to sabotage a warship?
Mm-hmm.
No way, man. I'm against that 100%. I don't care. Just the way it is. There was another screenshot I sent you. It's about the percentage of the African American vote going up for Trump. Steve, this is unprecedented. Unprecedented. In 2020, Biden had 86% of the black vote. Trump had 7%.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, the polling right now is showing that Biden lost 16%. He's at 70% now. And Trump went up 14%. Trump has 21% of the black voters. See, that's unheard of. And I think about a year or so we were talking about, I forget what the percentage was. we could get, if Trump could, I want to say we were talking like 12-14%.
Mm-hmm.
African American vote, man, that the Democrats, they'd be in trouble. You know, they just play these people for fools is the problem, and they're waking up. So we'll see, man. Then there was another, I think it was Iowa. I should have wrote it down. I think it was Iowa. I guess there's a lady, pretty well-renowned pollster. Again, you know, take these polls and numbers for what it's worth, but if they are correct, has Trump up by 18 points.
Yeah, the headline that from the Iowa poll, I saw that earlier. It says Biden poised for the worst Democrat loss in 100 years.
You know, and we can't get complacent here. And still, we haven't even got through the conventions yet. We don't even know if Biden's going to be the nominee or not. But I don't care what the polls say. I mean, I keep bringing up on Gino, but he's been saying, man, we could not become complacent. You know, this could be a ploy by the Democrats. Who knows? I mean, we don't leave nothing up to them to think that, you know, hey, Trump's up by 20% in every state. No need to go out.
Right. That's when a ton of people say, mine's not going to, he's got it locked up. I don't need to vote.
Yeah. We can't have that mindset, man. We need to get out, and I'm telling you, at all costs, we got a country to save here. We've been talking about it for over 2 years now, over 3 years. Because if we lose this election, like I said, they're going to release the Rottweiler from the chain, man. All right, my man, appreciate you taking the call. I think I got all my cigarettes rolled for the next 2 nights.
There you go.
Everything about done. So I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Probably got you. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Thanks.
Now, the poll he was referring to is specific to the state of Iowa, not on a national level. But the presumptive nominee, Donald Trump, leads Joe by 18 points in Iowa, putting the incumbent president on pace for the worst Democrat performance in the Hawkeye state in 100 years. This was a Des Moines Register Mediacom poll. I have no idea if that's a right or left lean. Trump leads Biden 50 to 32% among likely voters, according to the survey released Monday. If it holds, Biden would garner the least amount of votes for a Democrat in Iowa since John W. Davis got 16.42% in 1924. Republican presidential candidate Calvin Coolidge earned 55% in that election. Biden is polling below Jimmy Carter, who got 38.6% of the Iowa vote against Reagan in 1980. Trump took Iowa in 2016 with 51% of the vote and expanded that to 53% in 2020. There's room for Trump to expand his margin even more this year. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. gets 9%, according to the latest poll, while RFK Jr. claims to have qualified for ballot access in Iowa for November. That is not confirmed, according to the Decision Desk headquarters. Trump led Biden 48% to 33% in the last Iowa survey that was taken back in February. Biden's approval rating is at 28%. Down a point since February, down 10 points below the national average of 38.4%. according to 538.com. All right, Seltzer and Company conducted the survey, 806 Iowa adults, 632 likely voters, June 9 to June 14. A margin of error plus or minus 3.5 percentage points. 25 past the hour. All right, the dust continues to settle from numerous layoffs at Forward Air last week. A representative for Forward was unable to confirm the total number of positions that were impacted, but acknowledged those layoffs on Monday. Multiple sources have said the count is approximately 150. Spokesperson with Forward said, as part of our previously announced efforts to improve performance, we have made the difficult decision to initiate workforce changes through restructuring and reductions. We're committed to supporting our affected teammates during this transition, providing severance packages, access to COBRA medical coverage, which nobody can afford, outplacement services, and other resources. WARN Act notifications had not appeared on the state Labor Department website where Forward operates as of Monday. Shares of Forward remain in flux following the August 10th merger announcement with Omni Logistics. The transaction promised to double Forward's top line and allow it to better compete on the premium expedited side of roughly $60 billion less than truckload market. However, the approach to immediate backlash from shareholders given the deal price and the increased debt load that was incurred to fund the deal. Now, some of Forward's existing forwarding customers were also spooked by the announcement, as one of their competitors, Omni Logistics, would now be presumably competing in the market from a position of advantage with a direct link to Forward's line haul capacity and potentially access to their client list. Now, Forward has vowed all along to maintain confidentiality and neutrality across the wholesale, forwarding, and direct selling channels. But activists and other shareholders voiced opposition to the deal, as well as a group of former employee shareholders. They actually filed legal action trying to block the deal that ultimately fell short. The deal did close in January. Now, as far as the finance, the stock closed at $110 a share back on August 9th and gapped more than 40% lower in the days after they announced that deal. Stock was as low as $11.21 in May. All the turmoil, it has rallied a bit in recent weeks. It closed Monday at $21.50 a share. We'll return after this.
USA News Update. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. A heat dome spreading across the U.S., heading toward the Midwest and East Coast, bringing with it temps close to 100 degrees. Experts calling it possibly the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might last past Friday. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres, and firefighters are battling high winds to try to put that fire out. Myers, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
A couple of other updates to throw your way quickly here before we get back to your calls. Somebody really good was talking about load securement earlier. I think that was Gilligan, the flatbed. The Washington State Patrol reminding drivers about the importance of load securement after they pulled over what they described as a dangerous hay haul. According to the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Bureau, truck hauling hay pulled over on State Route 904 for load securement issues. Hauling this load of hay stopped for not securing their load at all. They had those These are the big hay bales. What's the term they use that you see out in the field? When we were kids, we called them elephant turds, but yeah, the big, gigantic bales. And had them packed and stacked, and absolutely no straps, nothing securing them in place. Troopers said the truck was placed out of service for the load securement violation, issues with the vehicle's trailer brakes and suspension. Washington State Patrol asked drivers, please secure your load. Then we also got a further update in regards, we've shared last evening, the driver that was involved in that fatal accident had no CDL, had been deported 16 times. We were kind of questioning, what about who hires an individual like this? Well, the trucking company who employed the previously deported truck driver recently involved in that fatal wreck, the company has a history of ELD violations and hiring unlicensed drivers, according to investigators. Now, the release of Cruz Mendoza's arrest affidavit and an investigation into the trucking company who employed him have revealed new details about the incident. The Denver Post reports Cruz Mendoza told Colorado State troopers that he left Cheyenne, Wyoming about 10 a.m. that morning and wasn't sure of his destination, but said it was stated on his paperwork. He told troopers that he had been in the U.S. for 20 years and that he'd been driving commercial vehicles for 7 of those. He also told troopers that he lost his brakes just before the crash, which led to the incident, and that he didn't know the last time the truck had been inspected. Well, troopers investigating the scene discovered skid marks at the crash site, indicating that the commercial vehicle's brakes were at least partially functional at the time of the wreck. The truck was also found to have last been inspected in 2020. But an investigation into the trucking company that he was working for, Monique Trucking, LLC, revealed that the company had 4 previous violations related to ELD, 3 previous violations for their drivers not possessing commercial driver's licenses. The statement from Immigration and Customs Enforcement indicates Mendoza was first arrested and deported back to Mexico in 2002, and as we had last evening, had been ordered to leave at least 16 times since then. He is currently in custody at the Jefferson County Jail on a $50,000 bond. He was scheduled to appear in court. I guess his first court appearance was supposed to be this past day. Would that be Hillbilly Tex?
Good morning, Steve, and all the fellow drivers out there. How you doing?
Long time no talk, Tex. It's been about a year, maybe longer.
Yes, sir. Well, I've had a few health issues. I've been kind of running on solar power. But, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Tex. Yes, sir.
Okie dokie. Well, hey, let me get back to that monkey gouger story. About a month ago, I dropped my phone. I got Verizon service. I dropped my phone, and that thing went haywire, okay? So I run up here to the local thing up here by that hospital you call a hospital up here in Lenore City, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And they says, well, I had the insurance on. They said, well, you can walk out of here with a brand new phone. Gonna cost you $199. Or you can wait till 7 o'clock this evening. We bring one right to your doorstep. So I said, well, I've been without it for 12 hours. Another 6 hours ain't gonna hurt. But anyway, I asked the fella, I says, now, look at here, who's going to help me retrieve all my information off of that telephone? He said, oh, they'll do that when they bring the phone. But anyway,
that fella, he got here at 7 o'clock that evening, and at midnight he left him, and all I could do was make a call and receive a call. I lost all my contacts, my photos, my files, and everything. Well, Farmer, you know Farmer, old trucker Farmer. Yeah. He called me at 7 o'clock the next morning, and I was telling him, and he says, "Look at here, I'm going to walk you through it." He said, "You go down here and you push that button, and you bring that page up, and you scroll down there and hit that button, and it'll send you to another page. Then you scroll down there and hit this button." It wasn't 5 minutes. I got all my contacts, my photos, my files, and everything back. I mean, so there's Verizon. They getting paid to do this, and there's a old hairy-legged truck driver up there in Indiana telling me how to fix my phone. and Steve, another thing. About dadgum. Juneteenth. Hey, that has been going on in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi for 25 years, but these folks in Tennessee, they didn't hear about it till last year. That's been going on in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, down in Georgia, and for 25 years.
Right.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, how's everybody doing? It's good to hear from Big Ed a while ago. Yeah, I miss him telling them spook stories. And did they ever get back from the sun with that there Sputnik? I ain't heard nothing in a while.
No, I don't think we've got. We haven't landed on the sun yet.
Hey, yeah, I talk to a few old drivers every now and then. I'm still kicking, Steve. I mean, I got a doctor's appointment every other day, but, yeah, I'm still kicking. Anybody want to call me, just welcome to call me. I'm over here at exit 81 off the big 75, ringing the cowbell and tipping the hat, right?
There you go. Just like old times, huh?
It's like old time. I'm still here, but nobody much calls me anymore. I don't know what happened, but they welcome to call me. I talk to anybody. I'm not unsociable.
Okay.
But anyway, y'all have a good night, and hope everybody gets to their destination just right.
Thanks for checking in
have
there.
A good one, Steve.
You got it. Thank you. Hillbilly Tex. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Which exit is that off? I-75, okay? In the hospital he's referring to, that's the one that I had to make a pit stop at last time we were coming back from Georgia. And I would never want to return to said hospital for anything. What a dump. All right, headline Pappy was referring to in that. They had this Newsmax this past day, and now Daily Caller says it's an exclusive. The Chinese cyber police, an agent runs an online network helping illegal Chinese nationals get into the United States. A private social network run by a self-identified Chinese government agent provides illegal immigrants with resources to get into the U.S. and evade border authorities. This is from the Daily Caller News Foundation investigation. The American Self-Guided Tour Channel is a Chinese language group with over 8,000 members on their encrypted instant messaging platform, Telegram, that serves as both a forum for discussing Chinese illegal immigration and a hub for documents detailing specific routes to get to the U.S., according to the Daily Caller News Foundation review of the channel. Yeah, why? Why are they helping all these thousands of Chinese to get into the United States? We'd all like to know the answer to that question. Surely some may be looking for better paying jobs. Yeah, wages, very low, as the case has always been in China. Yeah, many others, just like other terrorists, may be coming for more nefarious reasons. I guess, technically today is Juneteenth, right? Texas Governor Abbott is offering a $10,000 reward for information regarding a fatal shooting at what was a Juneteenth celebration over the past weekend. Abbott said this past day the Public Safety Office approved a 5-figure payout to anyone providing information leading to the identification and arrest of the shooter in the attack at Round Rock. Now, Abbott's $10,000 reward is in addition to the $5,000 offered by the Williamson County Crime Stoppers and $5,000 offered by the Federal Office of Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms. So it sounds like you got a $20,000 reward available. Governor Abbott said, Cecilia and I are deeply saddened by the horrific tragedy this past weekend that took the lives of 2 innocent Texans and injured 14 other victims at a Juneteenth celebration. Texas is deploying our full support to local law enforcement to ensure those involved in this heinous crime are found and brought to justice. I encourage Texans with information to call the Texas Crime Stoppers hotline or submit an anonymous tip online. With your help, we will capture these criminals and put them behind bars.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Shorty out there. I just got I shared the story about Iowa and the latest polling there at the Des Moines Register, citing biggest loss for a Democrat in 100 years for that state. Shorty shared with me I guess there was a segment where Newt Gingrich, he still appears on Fox News. He's what they call the contributor. I guess saying that President Biden's numbers have collapsed with the black voters after a CNN data reporter admitted he was speechless from polling that indicates Trump could secure historic support. I guess he appeared on Hannity Monday night discussing why he believes the Democrats are going to have a tough time offsetting this new reality before November rolls around. Newt says, first of all, I think we should not assume that black Americans are dumb or insensitive or incapable of learning. They're looking at their grocery prices that they can't afford. They know it's Biden's fault. They're looking at millions of illegal immigrants coming into their neighborhoods, taking their jobs, threatening their families with violence. They know Biden's responsible. You turn around and they know the tools aren't working despite all the money we poured into the teachers' unions. They know the Democrats are responsible. They look at big cities where Democrat mayor after Democrat mayor is corrupt, incompetent, incapable of serving their interests. So what you're beginning to see is a movement that says, we've got to lose by trying out Donald Trump. What have we got to lose? I think he will get a higher vote than any Republican since Eisenhower, and he may, in fact, exceed Eisenhower because the momentum for the next 4 years, I think, is all going to be in Trump's favor. While Trump is at 21% among black voters right now, people are saying, boy, that's good. Biden has collapsed. The number of black Democrats, and for that matter, Latino Democrats who are now undecided and potentially could switch to Trump are breathtaking. And that's why you're beginning to see places like Minnesota, the last poll, Trump's up 4. Well, if he carries Minnesota by any margin, he's on the verge of a 1980 Ronald Reagan blowout of Jimmy Carter. And I don't see a practicality how the Democrats offset that reality. It was CNN's data reporter, Harry Enton, who was stunned Monday after polling found that former President Trump's expected to garner significant support from black voters. An aggregate of network polls found dwindling interest in President Biden among black voters, down to 70% this year from what Pappy mentioned a few minutes, 86% in 2020. Trump, meanwhile, has cut into Biden's coalition, tripling his support from black voters over the last 4 years from 7% in 2020 to 21% in 24. I keep looking for signs that this is going to go back to normal, and I don't see it yet in the polling, said CNN's Enton. If anything, right now, we're careening towards historic performance for a Republican presidential candidate, the likes of which we've not seen in 6 decades. CNN noted that Biden has seen a slight decline among black voters over the age of 50. However, support for the current president from black voters under the age of 50 has cratered, plummeting from 80 points in 2020 to just 37 points in 2024. I've just never seen anything like this. Enton actually said, quote, I'm like speechless. Speechless. See where it goes. All right, still getting those scam phone calls? Yes, every single day, right? If you're tired of getting the scam calls, hey, how about the idea of don't answer the phone? The first rule of avoiding scam calls is never answer unknown numbers, and even some known ones. You're curious or you're bored. You're worried it might be an emergency. Well, just wait an extra minute that it takes for the call to go to voicemail. Then you can decide if it's legitimate. Unfortunately, every year, hundreds of thousands of people here in the U.S. either ignore that golden rule or are tricked into answering. According to the Federal Trade Commission, people lost $851 million to phone scams last year. Now, after email, phone scams are the most common fraud method reported to the Federal Trade Commission. The anatomy of a scam call. Now, the reporter says, I've been breaking the rule myself recently out of professional curiosity and, yes, boredom. The most recent was the kind of common scam that could give anyone pause. The caller claimed to be from a generic-sounding company that wanted to send me an urgent document. I broke down some of their techniques. They used a number that was not flagged as a scam or a telemarketer by the built-in features on my phone or my carrier. It had a United States area code, and it didn't pop up on a Google search. They provided a different phone number and reference number to call them back. Now, this is a gambit to gain trust and delays them again for asking anything that would raise red flags. They had enough personal information about my family to dismiss any concerns of being targeted at random. Thanks to constant hacks and breaches, most people have plenty of personal data that can be bought by the scammers online. The caller said they were calling about a legal complaint in an attempt to trigger panic in me. The more questions I asked, the more agitated the caller became, even sprinkling in some veiled threats. Eventually, I annoyed the man so much that he hung up on me. Not a first. But what can you learn to avoid losing money and time? First and foremost, learn not to answer the phone. Resist that urge to pick it up unless it's an individual or small business that you know personally and is saved in your contacts. This applies to unknown numbers, local numbers, or even recognizable large companies. The deck is so stacked against you as a consumer when you respond to these type of phone calls. Don't put yourself in that position, period. Your first defense is in your phone's Contacts app. Since you should only answer calls from people and businesses you deal with regularly, make sure you save them on your phone's built-in Contact app. Next, turn on that setting that sends all other calls straight to your voicemail. Just don't answer it, right? Back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-2600. TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Corey Myers. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. USA's Tim Berg has the details.
Talks are ongoing with mediators trying to agree to a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. This week, Hamas responded to a proposal by President Biden, but Israel says the response was equivalent to a rejection. Connecticut Democratic Senator Jim Hines joins Fox News Sunday and says it's important that the talks continue.
We saw 8 Israeli soldiers die yesterday. This is a war that is taking a huge toll on both sides. And, you know, it's always a good idea to maintain negotiations to try to stop that kind of violence.
A heat dome has spread across the U.S. Roughly 265 million Americans are expected to be in the path of that heat wave that experts are calling the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might even last past Friday. Obviously, sensitive populations like children, seniors, and anyone with respiratory issues should take caution and stay inside. And that advice goes to anyone, really. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. Greg Little, public information officer for the LA County Fire Department, said they are up against some obstacles.
The winds are probably going to be the biggest factor in battling this blaze. It's going to make the effort much more difficult.
The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Bryson DeChambeau took home his second U.S. Open title after what he called the best shot of my life. He also kept Rory McIlroy from winning his first major championship since 2014. McIlroy was not happy, so much so that he didn't even stick around to congratulate DeChambeau for the win. British chef Gordon Ramsay hit up social media this weekend to say he was in a serious bicycling accident in Connecticut. He didn't go into detail about what happened, but said he's lucky to be here. He also showed his torso, which was sporting a huge blackish purple bruise. He thanked the staff at Lawrence Memorial Hospital in New London for his survival and said he could not be more adamant about always wear a helmet. Hollywood's summer movie anxieties gave way to joy this weekend with the massive debut of Disney and Pixar's Inside Out 2. The animated sequel brought in $155 million in ticket sales in the U.S. and Canada. With an estimated $140 million from international showings, Inside Out 2 had a staggering and record-breaking $295 million global start. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, what do you say? Let's get that final hour underway, rolling into the final day of spring. Obviously, summertime has arrived in the eastern portions of the country as our heat wave continues. Now, this is quite the interesting story out of Kansas, breaking this past day, where the Kansas Attorney General, Chris Kobach, brought 9 counts against Pfizer, the pharmaceutical company, under the Kansas Consumer Protection Act, and 1 count of civil conspiracy for conspiring with the U.S. government, including the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the media, social media, universities, the lobbying group, BIO, and other organizations, in order to generate billions of dollars in revenue by what he says is willfully concealing material evidence and misrepresenting the fraudulent safety and efficacy claims of Pfizer's COVID-19 mRNA injections to Kansas residents. In related news, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals had recently ruled that Americans have the right to challenge the government claim that mRNA injections are safe and effective vaccines and seek compensatory damages in court. And Texas is suing the pants off of Pfizer. Conspiracy to commit a crime is not protected by the PrEP or PAHPRA Act, PAHPRA. Now, I'm truly sorry that many health freedom supporters have been gaslit into believing the conspiracy to commit a crime is protected by U.S. laws, such as the PrEP and PAHPRA Act. In the lawsuit, the Attorney General points out that after Pfizer received their FDA approval in August of 2021, the pharma giant and Health and Human Services were legally obligated to disclose all clinical trial data, as well as adverse events reported to Pfizer and the government agencies. Now, this not only includes Pfizer's internal databases, as well as the CDC's VAERS and vSafe data, but also data from the U.S. government BEST database, which includes Medicare and insurance claims of injuries, diseases, and deaths that occurred post-vaccination. The lawsuit also points out that the role of government regulators is to protect the health of their populations, not to enrich global pharmaceutical companies. We'll see where that goes. So that's several lawsuits. And I must have missed the headline where the Ninth Circuit ruled that American citizens have the right to challenge the claim of the safe and effective. We'll leave it at that as we get our final hour underway. Carolina Monkey Gouger.
Hey, Steve, y'all talking about them robocalls a while ago. I got one this afternoon. You know, it's been a rash of this robocalling for them damn, let's say Congress and people, and they got some kind of heated Senate race going up there in the upstate of South Carolina. And I made the mistake of giving some money to the Republican National Committee here about 2 months ago, and I reckon they put me on the aggravate list. Call him every time, you know. So this lady calls me. She says, Mr. Artis. I said, yeah. Said, do you know about so-and-so? I said, well, wait a minute. What district are we talking about, South Carolina? She said, I don't know, but I want to tell you about this corruption that's going on with this other candidate. I said, wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. Hold up here a minute. Just hold up a second. Let me talk here a minute. I said, first of all, I want to know how old you are. And she said, that's not got nothing to do with what I say. And I said, next thing I want to know is, what's your breast size? And she said, this has nothing to do about what I'm talking about. I said, well, let's see, what I'm trying to tell you is what you're talking about don't amount to a hill of damn beans to me because I can't vote for neither one of them SOBs. So you have a good day. So I give her some dial tone, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know? A couple of weeks ago, I was sitting at the house, got one of them phone calls, and Biscuit had to be standing up there by me. I said, hey, this person wants to talk to you, Biscuit. Tell them all about your new bicycle. Boy, she went to rattling on about that bicycle for about 3 minutes. She looked at me and said, Pig, they hung up on me. I said, well, them dirty SOBs, I can't believe they'd hang up on you, darling. So, you know, when they start playing games, play games back with them, you know.
Yes, sir.
That's how I handle them phone calls. And directly, they won't call you no more because they figure you're going to be a smart ass to them and they don't want to waste their time. But, I mean, I could care less about those two people that was running up there and that. I can't vote for them. Ain't nothing I can do for them. So the hell with them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, when Pappy was talking while it brought, have you seen the movie Civil War yet?
Is it something new? If it's something new, I haven't seen it, no.
This movie just come out a couple months ago.
Okay.
The movie actually sucked. I mean, it sucked until the last 20 minutes of it. And, I mean, you remember the movie Contagion?
That one, yes. Got that on DVD.
You remember about 2 years after Contagion come out, bam, yow, we get zapped with this ejection and masking, shut the country down, you know, all it's got to be done away with. Well, this Civil War thing, it's scary, Steve. It kind of follows across the lines of what would happen to this country. And I'm not going to spoil the movie. Nobody's seen it, but if you want to fast forward through it whenever you get it on free TV or whatever, just go to the last 25 minutes and watch that movie. It will scare the living hell out of you. we walked out the movie theater, and David said, "What do you think about it?" I said, "Well," I said, "the movie actually sucked. The last 30 minutes is what's going to happen in this country. And I believe that's what we're getting set up for. There's just too many variables here, and I agree with what Pappy was saying, Don Bongino. I don't get to listen to Bongino, but he's always off when I'm asleep. But, you know, you think, Steve, this thing is all of a sudden just become a cakewalk. What are these damn Democrats up to?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get to thinking about this. And you know, I mean, you look, people forgot about the second inauguration or second win for the Big O. You know, that should have sent shockwaves through this country to what these damn dirty Democrats will do to win in one particular county up there. You remember this because Willie Cunningham went up there. And there wasn't a soul that voted for that, I can't remember who it was running against the Big O at that time, Mitt Romney, whoever. But every man and woman, dog, cat, rabbit, deer, voted for Obama. Not one soul voted for the other party. You know what I'm saying?
And the question is,
Willie just went haywire.
Is that is pretty much it's statistically impossible, right? I mean, I don't care where you're at, what part of the country, you've always got at least a handful of what would be conservatives mixed in with the lefties.
Exactly. And I'm going to tell you something. On this border thing, I am thoroughly disgusted with both parties on this. The Republican side and the Democrat side. It goes to show you in Washington, they don't give a rat's ass about us. I mean, that's the way my take on it. It's because they could have done something, about this border. They would have, I mean, if the Democrats wanted to stop something, they stop it. They pull all kind of hats out the trick. Well, these damn Republicans up there that's in the damn control right now in that house, they better wake the hell up and start playing dirty. Because there's a bunch of American people thoroughly pissed off with them. And I'm not the only one. I mean, it just sickens me that they're sitting up there twiddling their thumbs and let 8 million people come into this country unchecked. And, Steve, the other thing that gets me is China is amassing an army right now, shipping all those fighting age people over here, young Chinese men and stuff. They're amassing an army to stir up chaos over here in this country. I mean, everybody sees it. It don't take a rocket scientist to see what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Venezuela. MS-13 got the biggest grab on this country there ever was. Under Trump, he almost got them out the country. He shut them down. So I tell you, I'm on the fence with Pappy. I'm a little leery about what's going on here. You know what I'm saying?
It makes you kind of wonder.
But if you get a chance to see this movie, it'll be on free TV here pretty regular. Because like I say, the movie actually sucked until the last 30 minutes, and it will bring you back to reality real fast.
So I did a quick search here. Let's see. Civil War will eventually be released on Max, whatever Max is, rather than Netflix or Disney Plus, according to the distributor's licensing deal, whatever Max is.
I think that's something to do with Cinemax, Max TV. Dad, did you see the movie The Iron Claw? It's already on free TV.
Have not seen that.
It was about the Von Erich family, the family of wrestlers. Well, I grew up with them boys, and David broke my arm by accident. It was just you know how you used to get on your back and put your feet up, put somebody on your feet and shoot them across the yard. Well, David was bigger than all of us, and he come here, I'll shoot you across the yard. and he broke my arm, and Fritz like to killed him over it. But I mean, I knew that family real well. There were some mental issues there. All of them committed suicide, but one. And I was not happy with that movie at all. It's done come out. It didn't do much in the box office to come out. And Debbie was asking me about it. I said, let me tell you something. Fritz Von Erich was a great daddy. He was a great scout master. And he used to tell us, he'd say, now, I'm going to tell you, little son, so y'all won't go to wrestling match. And see, we went to wrestling match 3 nights a week. We wrestled over there at Fort Worth. Then we had Reunion Arena in the Spartatoria. Well, he always he had an old station wagon, and he crowd us in that thing. We like sardines in that thing. Oh, man, we're going to see old Fritz put the iron claw on these dudes. We're going to put the beat down on them. Well, whenever he started wrestling, and things wasn't going his way, he'd raise that hand and start waving it around. That was the signal, boy. We start throwing popcorn, ice, anything we get our hands up in that ring, right, for a distraction. Well, at the end of the night, they done moved us way up yonder in the nosebleed section. And it was hilarious. I mean, growing up with them guys was something else. I mean, to live it, but that movie, I just didn't really care for it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I got a question for old horse fellas up there. That local driver runs a little 200-mile trip night, and he goes back home, puts the truck in the boss man's yard, gets in his pickup, and goes home.
Yeah.
He must not listen to what's going on in this country right now about these big trucks going into these Walmarts. They don't want us into Walmarts. And when I left Montgomery, Alabama, all the way to Mobile, there's one Walmart that kind of sits close to the interstate. And when I was having trouble, the burner phone come into my mind. And so I whipped off in there, was going to go in there, and the fella hollered, don't go in that Walmart. They'll tow your truck. $350 fine. So, all the way across there, I tried to get in 3 or 4 Walmarts, and they got these big signs of no big trucks. So, just exactly how would you go pick up a burner phone, or you're not allowed to go in there? I mean, he could have I could have just probably carjacked somebody and borrowed the car for a little bit and went in there and got a phone. But I got that question for it.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, Steve, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Well, we'll talk to you tonight.
Yeah, because, technically it's already Thursday. I'm Wednesday, right? Wednesday night. Thursday morning we'll be back, right? I did a quick search. What is Max TV? And I was thinking, somebody said it used to be Cinemax. It says Max is a streaming service that offers a variety of content, including movies, shows, documentaries, live sports. It's a rebranding of Warner Brothers Discovery's previous HBO Max. The HBO Max platform combines content from HBO Max, Discovery Plus, and other Warner Brothers Discovery brands. Max offers plans with and without ads, and some say it is one of the more expensive streaming services. So some of the iconic series like The Game of Thrones, Sex and the City, The Last of Us, House of the Dragon. Okay, so there you go. HBO Max. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, take a quick moment to ponder. What do you think? Around the country, what is the worst run city in the U.S. of A? For most people, I mean, first team's going to be New York City, Chicago. What is it? San Francisco. Good old San Fran is ranked as America's worst run city thanks to their looming $1.4 billion budget deficit, social problems from homelessness to crime, cash-strapped public schools. Researchers at Wallet Hub found that San Francisco was the worst managed of all the 148 major cities assessed in their report. In a damning indictment of the administration of Mayor London Breed, the personal finance website ranked other big-name cities among the lowest-performing 10. That included Oakland, New York, Cleveland, Denver, Detroit, Flint, Michigan, and Los Angeles. An Indiana University professor who was involved in the research said costly housing and large numbers of homeless people are among the issues hurting San Francisco and other laggards. Public safety, transportation, economic development, and environmental issues also continue to rank high. San Francisco has in recent months been battling a glut of negative headlines about the social ills plaguing a city that was until recently noted as a picturesque cultural hub on the Pacific Coast. The reality of San Francisco's hollowed-out city center was laid bare earlier this month by footage showing every store in an entire retail block shuttered and empty. That prime real estate was once home to outlets, the likes of Rupstein Records, H&M, Lush, but all have disappeared in a city center plagued by crime, drugs, and homelessness.
USA News Update. Negotiators are continuing to work on a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. A heat dome spreading across the U.S., heading toward the Midwest and East Coast, bringing with it temps close to 100 degrees. Experts calling it possibly the most impactful heat wave of the 21st century. In some areas, it might last past Friday. A Southern California wildfire has doubled in size overnight, causing the evacuation of more than 1,000 campers and hikers from a park, closing popular recreation areas and threatening a major freeway in and out of Los Angeles. The post-fire has now spread to over 14,000 acres, and firefighters are battling high winds to try to put that fire out. Myers, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
People sometimes ask some interesting questions, points to ponder. One question. Canada was under 1,000 feet of ice 12,000 years ago. The internal combustion engine's only 180 years old. What caused the ice to melt? Points to ponder. Meanwhile, Bill Gates refuses to give up on eradicating cow farts. In a recent public appearance, Gates explained just how he plans to stop them. And I quote, "You know what happens with beef? My climate group, Breakthrough Energy, just announced literally today an investment in an Australian group called Ruminate, Rumin and the number 8, Ruminate, that helps cows not be so much of a source of methane emissions." So we have two paths to solving that. That's 6% of global emissions are cows who burp and fart methane to extreme degree. As the crowd began laughing, you can either fix the cows or stop them from doing that, or you can make beef without the cow. And both of these, will be pursued to see which one can lead to the best product in terms of taste, health, and cost. Sounds like he's all in on the lab-grown meat thing, right? Dave Rubin of the Rubin Report, who is himself on a forum of the now famous carnivore diet, not at all pleased with Bill. He says, "It's interesting to me that there's a man who owns the largest amount of farmland in the United States, Bill Gates, who now wants to, as he said, do something to cows so that they either don't burp or fart as much, or we're just going to get off of meat altogether. Either way, I sense he's going to profit a lot from one of these things. Yeah, what's it going to be?" Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, when it comes to these robocalls, Steve, and scam calls and all, my brother, now he's home and disabled, so he's got time to perfect his responses and such. Oh, he's become quite the expert at leading them on and dragging things out to the point where they just get so exasperated that they hang up on him. He'll tie right into them, Steve. But we're all familiar with that practice. I don't know if it's an app or how it's handled, but where the origination of the call is camouflaged so it looks like it's a local number, that comes up. It'll be your particular area code and maybe even your own hometown.
Mm-hmm.
And yet it's coming from Timbuktu or anywhere in between. Well, Steve, this went so far to the point that my brother received one from his own home landline number.
Oh.
That came up on his ID, his own phone number, from a hometown. That's how ridiculous as all that goes. But he leaves them exasperated and wishing they hadn't called him certain there. I thought for certain their monkey gouger there was gonna chastise Horse Feathers there for thinking he's expected to donate one of his truck or trailer axles to your wind turbine project there, Steve. But we didn't hear anything to the contrary, so I think Gouger must be okay with it there. Maybe tomorrow night Jimmy will have a little response to that. But there's that. We heard in the first call there, the monkey gouger there, he planned to be in Amarillo by morning there. Did he say anything about maybe coming up from San Antonio by any chance? I started running that through my head, and wow, that has the makings of someday that could be a classic country song there, Steve. I had dollar signs running through my head, and Oh, then it hit me. Slapped me upside the head. Yep. Okay, George Strait. He beat me to that one.
Yes,
there,
he did.
You mentioned the start of the show that he packs them in. Yeah, anytime he does perform, I've never seen him in person, but you look at the auditoriums and stadiums where he does perform yet. They pack him in, and the young ladies and not so young ladies, they still swoon over him. So I think more than a few of us could take some pointers from him. I don't know what the magic is. We do perform together a lot, though, quite often, or not so much these days. But yeah, both in the truck here and area karaoke bars on occasion. We've set the house on fire there, Steve. But anyway, where was I going with some half seriousness here? Mother Nature yesterday, she kicked me in the keister twice within about 15 minutes there, Steve. I woke up and mid-afternoon we had 90 degrees out and pretty good wind whipping around. And well, I have a remodeling project going on in my garage attached to the house. I put rib seal siding panels and for liners, and they're insulated it and such, and the extra panels are laying outside on a flatbed trailer. I just have more use for them yet, but now I looked at that a couple of days back and thought, should they be more secure? I thought, nah, they're heavy enough. And getting back to that wind, well, they weren't heavy enough. The only blessing that comes out of this, I had a section of scaffolding assembled kind of downwind of this trailer, Steve. Had it not been for that scaffolding, that Ranger pickup from California that we're babysitting, that would have been on the receiving end of that sheet. And the way it was bent up from hitting that scaffolding, it would have left an indelible mark on that truck for certain there. So anyway, that was kicking the hinder number one. Well, we've all heard, we know to stay hydrated in the heat and such. And Steve, all I had to do was spend 5 minutes overhead in our garage. Now it's insulated, so the heat that builds up in the ceiling area amongst the trusses, it remains there.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had to get up there to splice in the garage door opener wires and the sensors for the door and such. And I don't think I was up there. It was maybe 10 minutes, Steve, and there was such a pool of sweat that had run off my head and face, onto the plywood that I was leaning on there. That, I'm thinking there's individuals working in these conditions all the time, and I can certainly see that you should be rehydrating on a regular basis every several times an hour and such way. But it's one of them things that's easy to forget about, and figure, but lightheadedness, spit it out here, lightheadedness at all, that should be a pretty good indicator. So, I got spanked a couple times by Mother Nature there yesterday. Now, Horse Feathers brought it up, touched on it. Now, the upcoming Olympics. Now, this ties in with a guest that Megyn Kelly had on yesterday. Has the Olympic Committee, Steve, have they taken a stand on these transgender athletes crossing over into the women's sports at all? Call anything in?
I don't know the answer to that. No.
The Winter Olympics, that wouldn't have such an impact as the summer, I don't imagine. And 4 years back, I don't remember it being such a hot topic, but in these days, that goes right down into grade schools and progresses up through the high schools and college. But either way, this this guest that she had on, I believe she's written a book now. She's a swimmer, and I think damned if I can remember her name. I think several of us listeners would recognize the name. Now, whether she's in college yet or she maybe graduated, but she went to bat against, this practice of allowing, the guys to compete with the women, and well, it sounded like she just got in a ruckus to the point where, I don't know if she wound up in the hospital or not, but wherever it took place, she said the guys in dresses and the women in beards, and the cops couldn't even control what was taking place. But she said it's, talking about just the disgust involved, that the men have such an advantage when it comes to track and field, and likewise, swimming too, that, their lung capacity and she said even the throat on the average male is about 40% greater in capacity for air passage than female and such. And like the athletic associations, well, they're too scared to do anything about it. They say, well, suck it up and live with it. It just totally against, what nature had intended, So I'm curious what's going to become, what's going to happen now with I'm generally not an Olympics watcher and such, but it will be interesting. I think it's going to be a very hot topic, come the actual event here and such. So, but regardless, that's kind of what I had. I got more trivial stuff, but kind of got to hold off for Friday on that. So we'll leave it at that for now, Steve. Thanks for having me on board.
Hey, man. Casual Friday will be here before you know it, right? All right, so I did a quick search, and the first thing pops up here via a Google search says, the question I posed, can transgender participate in Olympics? Yes, transgender athletes can participate in the Olympics subject to certain guidelines. For example, in 2021, the International Olympic Committee approved Laurel Hubbard, a trans woman, to compete in weightlifting at the 2020 Summer Olympics. In 2016, the IOC had guidelines in place that required trans women athletes to declare their gender and maintain that declaration for 4 years. They also had to demonstrate a testosterone level of less than 10 nanomoles per liter for at least 1 year before the competition and throughout their eligibility period. So that's men who had transitioned to male to female. However, athletes who transitioned from female to male were permitted to compete without restriction. Wonder why? Does that signify that there is definitely advantage from one way to the other? Certainly it does. So that answers your question there.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available
At Hot Shot
Secret,
we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, round and third. Headed to home. Morning, Monty. What's happening out there?
Hey, Steve, how are you? Can you hear me okay? Because it started sounded wonky there when I was on hold there a minute or two ago. Can you hear me okay?
You're loud and clear. Does it sound okay on this end?
It's kind of coming and going, but at any rate, real quick, I told you I'd follow up on that. You asked some questions about that leasing task force and the underwrite stuff. So the leasing task force, they've kind of wrapped up what they're kind of still taking, getting comments and stories and stuff, and they got to take all these comments and whatever, and it's going to go on for about another year. So I think it was like a 2-year study or whatever, and that's kind of the aggravating thing about DC is every time you turn around, especially when it comes to truckers, we got to do a study, and then we maybe have to do another study. But at any rate, that's where they're at with that. If anybody, like I said, if anybody has any, horror stories or whatever with that, feel free to check in with the OIDA. They can steer you over to Paul Cullen. He was kind of representing us on that task force. On the underride, they had one more meeting to do, and then they were going to have reports from the minority part, which that's obviously the industry people that's on that, and then the majority. And for whatever reason, the Federal Highway or NHTSA extended that another year, even though there really wasn't any need to do that because, they beat it to death. But Louis told me he kind of thought they probably gave them that extension just to placate them, just to keep from whining or maybe push it past the election, whatever. So probably nothing on either one of those this year. Like I said, the speed limiters, I think, is pretty much a dead deal till after the election anyway. So I wanted to follow up with you on those 2 or 3 things that I told you when I talked to you a week or so ago. They'll check in on that and get back to you. So,
okay. I did see the report where I guess there were 2 individuals on the truck lease task force that were all for trying to save it, who are now saying that they've changed their mind completely after hearing all the horror stories.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a news blurb about that, everybody has the dream of owning a truck, right? Being your own boss, all that type of stuff, and all like that. But when they get into it, you find out all the promises. It's usually long on promises and short on delivery.
you wind up just basically buying yourself a job and being, covering all the expense on the truck. So I did see that story and kind of forgot about that. But we're kind of hoping that, they'll rule favorably. I mean, there are some, companies that are, fair and square on their lease purchase stuff. They're just, by and large, the majority of them are not a good deal to get into. And, when they tell you that, no credit needed and all this kind of stuff, walk away. There's no such thing as a walk away lease on any of those. So at any rate, that was all I had this morning, Steve. So I appreciate it, brother.
Hey, very good. Thank you for checking in there. Have a great morning. Good to have you on board. Thank you very much. See, not a lot of time left. Hello, Gilligan.
Hey, Steve, I figured I'd call you back. I don't know whether you touched on these people, but I never heard anything about you mentioning Willie Mays died yesterday, the baseball great.
Yes.
And I think it was last week, basketball great from West Virginia University, named Jerry West. He was also general manager of the L.A. Lakers for many years. He passed away. And some of your listeners may not recognize Jerry West, but in his day, I think he played during Will Chamberlain's era. He was a great basketball player in his day. I must touch on something else. Is it me, or is Roy McIlroy just kind of throwing a temper tantrum but not going to congratulate the winner? That's what it sounds to me like. That is unsportsmanlike. I don't get it. I'm not a golf fan. I've heard that name, but that's about all I can say. I've heard the famous names like most of your listeners, but never really followed golf. But I'll tell you something else. Scarecrow was talking about transgenders, the ones transition to male to female, and getting into women's sports. Well, one thing I've yet to see, and I doubt you will ever see, you'll never see a transgender, quote, female compete in women's figure skating or women's gymnastics. They really want to try to compete with the women, go over there and try to figure skate with them young ladies. I guarantee you, they'll never be able to make the moves they can. They don't have the flexibility in their bodies. Mm-hmm. Their bodies are not made that way. Now, just think about, they want to think about that. Look at how the women are trying to compete against men weightlifting. They can't do it. Their physique, the swimmers,
absolutely,
the runners, and that sort of thing. Just like Scarecrow brought up. It's the same idea. Can you imagine a male trying to do the figure skating routine like Nancy Kerrigan done years ago?
Yeah. That'd be quite the difficult task, wouldn't it? Hey, we got to close it out there. Happy Hump Day. Hey, when we come back, we'll be entering the first day of summer at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight. Hope you can join us.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.